And welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm Brea Thorne. How you doing? Glad to see you guys. I'm back from a short trip to Chicago that felt like a lifetime because of the flights. But yeah, I'm here. How are y'all doing? Michelle Melton, how's it going? Anton, thank you for the helpful instructions for people who like the stream. Not sure how many people are here yet. I feel like it wasn't expected that I'd be streaming tonight because I just came back from a trip yesterday, and I usually need some time after a trip to set everything back up. But this one, I didn't pack everything for this one. I sort of kept it to just the things I needed to sort of elevate the stream a bit. Over, not that they have a bad stream at Alexander PCs, but to bump it up some. Which is, I don't know, you know, they what they do is definitely sufficient for doing the thing where you build a PC, the person gets to see it, you get to interact with chat, stuff like that. But you know, I brought a little boost. And I feel like something that would be kind of fun would be to do a thing where, like, because I'm just obsessed with some of this stuff, like some of the streaming stuff, so just getting it to getting production values up, you know what I mean? But that's not necessary for most companies that just want to stream some builds. But I think it'd be kind of fun to do a thing where, like, I don't know, I work with Newer on stuff, maybe to do a thing where we like redo their lighting and stuff like that, and just sort of renovate in their little, because they definitely have a lot of they have something good already, and we can push it up to great, you know what I mean? But I think that would be fun. And none of this is to say like it's bad. It's a bad setup. No, they have a pretty solid setup there. Like their setup where they have someone running the stream actually I'm jealous of that. I'm jealous of having someone running the stream for whoever's building. All they have to focus on is talking and building, not also producing a stream, and multiple camera angles and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, what's up, Robert? How's it going? Welcome. So this might be a pretty light stream in terms of audience, but it's all good. We're doing this one we're going to be looking around to try and find some good Black Friday deals to talk about. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically look at find a great deal like at every price point. Because as it happens, you might think, oh, well, Braithorn has his collab PC. He just wants to talk about that. No. Like, that's the thing about having a specific budget as the price point, is that not everyone's going to be at that budget. So if we want to do some, if someone else is coming in like, hey, I've got $1,200, what do I get? I can't be like, well, get 800 more. No, that's not helpful, is it? So we're going to have the Legionnaire 2025 solidly in that $2,000 price point and up, since you can apparently, even though it was last minute for me to add the request that we add the 9800X 3D. Apparently, most of the ones that have sold so far have been 9800X 3Ds. I don't know what to do about that. I'm telling y'all, like, it's not needed for gaming. It's just helpful if you game at 1080p or you play very competitively at higher resolutions as well. It's like, yeah, that helps. Yes. But that extra $200 could go towards pushing you from a 5070 to a 5070 Ti. Like, that to me should be the priority, but I mean, that's the thing, is it's flexible. It's whatever you want it to be. Anyway, hope there was some good pizza in Chicago. Robert, I'm sure there is. Unfortunately, even though every time I would talk to TJ about heading up, he's like, oh yeah, you got to come up to Chicago. They're like an hour out or 45 minutes out of Chicago. So I didn't have any deep dish pizza. I didn't have like a Chicago beef sandwich or Chicago dog. The only time I was in Chicago was when I was in the airport. We had McDonald's and Jimmy John's is what I ate. So what are you gonna do? The other thing is I only had one full day there. That wasn't the plan. I was supposed to have 2 full days there, but American Airlines sucks. I've had nothing but problems since I started trying to use their services. It's been terrible. They are basically like 4 for 4 with causing problems or having problems with their flights. It's ridiculous. With the flights that I've had. I mean, even on the way back. What's up, Alucard? I thought that was about any airline sucks. I mean, I guess. There's no amazing, perfect airline. But right now, like, American to me is showing up to be the worst one so far. I've flown a lot. I have flown a lot, and I've never had these kinds of experiences with Delta, Southwest, just any of them. Like, yeah. But yeah, we are here. It's 14 people on Twitch. Everyone's being super quiet. Guys, what's up? Hi, welcome. Hello. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Hi. I'm saying hi to you. You got to say hi back. No, it's okay. I appreciate my lurkers as well, and y'all know that. Same over on YouTube. It's all 17 of you over on YouTube. You know, this is the stream where I do record the weekly video, so it's okay. But yeah. Currently just trying to fix a fan issue on a rig to ship out. Oh, what's up, Sheffy Tech? How's it going? Welcome. Currently trying to fix an issue on a rig to ship out tomorrow, so get things ready while recovering from PAX Unplugged. Right, I got to send you the PMB address. Tux Power PC, what's up? OMG, you went to Chicago and had chain food. I am truly disappointed. I didn't choose to. I didn't choose to do that. It was a really rushed, fast trip. It was a very quick trip. We had a lot to do. Basically, every moment where I wasn't like resting and exhausted, because like my flight up there sucked. My flight, you know, whatever. But then we were like, okay, I was gonna go. I went to the shop and I, you know, started setting. I toured for the first time. I met people there, and then it was like, hey, let's go to Micro Center, and then I find out Micro Center is like an hour away, or 45 minutes away. So, but TJ's like, that's no big deal. I'm like, I guess I'm not used to that kind of thing where I live, everything's 15 minutes away, everything. So then we went there and we live streamed from Micro Center for like an hour and a half or something. I don't know how long that was actually. And then we drove back and it was really late. And TJ had been working all day. I'd been traveling all day, so we were both tired. So he was just like, "I'm just gonna get McDonald's." And I was like, I did not want to tell him that I absolutely hate McDonald's. That it's basically, it's like a meme for me at this point. I don't like McDonald's like at all. I like the what is it? The mocha frappe. Like, that's it. Well, I appreciate that, Alcard. I'll get that info to you soon. That was a cool stream there. It was fun, and my setup actually turned out pretty good, except for the heating issue. And now TJ says he wants to build me an IRL setup that is liquid cooled, so a little backpack or something that is liquid cooled. But he doesn't realize I have to fly with that, so I don't know about that. But yeah, no, I told him this. I told him that basically the next time I go up there, it's going to be for like a week. It's going to be for like a week. I want to spend a good week up there. And a couple of those days, I want to get a little, you know, a little Airbnb or hotel room in Chicago proper, and just go around there and check things out. That's not what this trip was about. I literally flew up there, worked the next day because we were setting everything up for the stream, which was at 1:30 p.m. Came out a little late. We had to build a PC, and then by the end of that thing, I was exhausted. I just went back and I did Uber Eats from an Italian restaurant that did have pizza, but it wasn't that great. But like, that was local to Crystal Lake. So, but yeah, it was a blur. The whole thing was a blur. I didn't get to. I usually plan out my trips pretty well, but like, couldn't do much there. This is Joey Panico, by the way, and you're originally from Chicago. Got it. Micro Center is actually 15 minutes. Well, no, we weren't in Chicago. Like, we were 45 minutes. The thing I said earliest at the beginning was we were like 45 minutes out of Chicago, like in the Crystal Lake area. So we weren't in Chicago. That's what the first thing I said was like, TJ would always tell me you got to come up to Chicago, but then he doesn't live in Chicago. And Alexander PCs is not in Chicago. They're close to it, relative to, I guess, everywhere that isn't. You could have asked TJ if he knows that the McDonald's has a working ice cream machine. I was almost falling asleep in the passenger seat at that point. You say Black Friday is almost upon us, like it's going to be important in the slightest or exist at all. Okay, Peckish. I mean, that's fine. You don't have to be here. Look, things are expensive. Like, if we can find a deal, great. We're gonna try. Just come in with absolute. I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna be like the most negative. I'm gonna be the absolute most negativist that I can. Well, you succeeded, I guess. Thanks. Off to a great start. Makes sense for Crystal Lake. I think there are more dead teenagers. Wow. Okay. Right. Crystal Lake. Yeah. That's the camp, not the town. Is Black Friday a good time to buy components? NSUP7, what's up? As long as you're not looking for RAM or storage, yeah. What we're looking for, though, is not components. There's already, like, most of the content out there is already DIY. We're going to be looking at pre-builts. Because that's what most people buy, is pre-built PCs. So that's what we're looking for. What's up, Exiled Wolf? How's it going? Welcome. Adam Williams, welcome. How's it going? And Gary, how are you? I waved as you flew over, but I didn't see you waving back. Sorry, Adam. I was napping on the plane. We need a pizza form. Yeah, I was thinking about launching one of those. Probably early April, like early April. Amazon open box deals that are 30% off in addition are the only real deals I'm finding. No, there are some, like, from bigger brands. There's some deals you can find on monitors and stuff like that. But we'll see. We'll see what we can find. I already know of one really good deal from Stints Built that Jeff sent me. So I'll take a look at that. Oh, I see. I just came to stream a bit after you said that, I guess. Yeah, it's okay. Manini Owl 94. Nice to see you as well. What's up? Peter Burson, how's it going? Amazon open box is pretty good. Yeah, it is. It can be. It can be. No, I'm just saying that Black Friday just doesn't have sales anymore. Yeah, they do. I'm up here. I tell you guys all the time, like, be careful with Black Friday sales. That doesn't mean they don't exist. Like, they do. Companies wait for this time of year, like every year, and they have, you know, some. Now, are some of them scams? Yeah. As in, not scams in the sense that you don't get what you purchase, like you don't get the thing that you purchased, but in the sense of, like, this is not actually a sale. Just do your research. But there are, like, certain things. Like, I got like $600-700 off of a monitor. But that's off the base price. Like, it's usually on some kind of sale. This is just one of the lowest times for it. I guess I do have something to contradict myself. I bought a new Hall Effect keyboard for a criminal price, which is cool. So there you go. Darkslayer, what's up? What do you think of the new Steam Machine reveal? Everybody, every time I see content about it, people are like, if they try to price this thing like they priced the Steam Deck, this is gonna, if they price it like the Steam Deck, like in the video LTT did, Steam sorry, Valve told them, we're not going after Steam Deck pricing. We're not doing that. This is going to be priced like an equivalent PC, priced towards the PC buyers, basically. So it's going to be like a budget PC. It could be $800. It could be $700. However, what it's gonna likely provide is gonna be something like the console experience mixed with a PC gaming experience. It's gonna be a unique product. We don't really have a whole lot to compare it to. Someone posted a shot of 64 gigs at a retail store for $700. Robert, we saw a $1,000 RAM kit. It was 128 gigs. That was during the Twitch, the stream that, excuse me, that was during the IRL stream I did at Micro Center. It's crazy. Chris, what's going on? How's it going? Also, I did say hi. Beaver, what's up? Angry Beaver, how you doing? Welcome. $600 or $700 off. It's an OLED monitor. The normal price was like $1,500. Something like that, or like $1,300. It was like $1,300 normally. It's I don't know I forget the model, but it's an Asus ROG OLED that does like 4K 240, and then it has dual mode, so it does 1080p 420 hertz or something like that, or 440, whatever the rating is. It's going to be useful though, because if I set that thing up here as my monitor for like streaming testing stuff, when I'm doing a budget PC, I can do native 1080p on it. So that can help with benchmarking. I'm going to try to get a 240 hertz monitor for a good price that is not a scam. Well, the good thing, Nsub7, although you just said 240 hertz, you didn't say anything about the size of the monitor or the resolution of the monitor or any other important stuff. So I don't know that much I could tell you there, but I mean, I guess, well, monitors, if you're looking at 1440p or 1080p, the pricing on those is already really good. So I don't believe they give the specs to Math-C though, to match. Saw $1,200 for 64 gigs of RAM on Best Buy's site. Jesus. What's up, Dan? How's it going? Literally just got the last 2x16 gig DDR4 kit available in Australia. Wow. I guess from that retailer, probably. I mean, that's a pretty bold statement. How do you know? How do you know it's the last in Australia? And no warehouse, no distributors, nobody has. That's it. How do you know? Oh, so you mean, okay? So like just that price? Okay. Right. Interesting. Interesting. What's up, Steve? How's it going? Welcome. I don't know why, but my YouTube chat is like, instead of how it just shows names, it's showing everybody's like @ name. It'll usually just show like Steve or something. It's kind of acting weird. Are there going to be any sales for Christmas? And sup, I barely know what's going to be on sale for Black Friday. No idea about Christmas. CB says, great job on the Alexander PC's build live. Thank you. You're welcome. That wasn't streamed on YouTube, though. For my YouTube viewers, I tell y'all fairly often that, of course, I hope some of y'all saw on the announcements channel on the Discord. But I tell you fairly often that you should still follow the Twitch channel, because there are streams that I do there that I do not do on YouTube. And that's because it's just harder to, like, if I'm a guest streamer somewhere, it's much easier for them to just add one of my channels than instead of both. So we just did Twitch and Alexander PC's channel. But anyway, that was on Friday. So I hope you saw the announcement and also the tweet that went up as well. So, I mean, like, if you're ever there, like, I can't believe I didn't know. It's like, I post this stuff. Like, if you want to know when I'm going to stream, like, I make that available to you. You can't feel bad about missing. Well, I guess you can feel. You can't blame me if you miss something. I do my best. MK Loomis, what's up? Evening. Really enjoyed the collab stream. Figured I'd try to make it buy more. I appreciate that. Welcome. I hear the kangaroos are on a PC building binge over there. So you got the little arms. Makes it a little difficult, I imagine. And it added numbers too. Yeah, I know it's weird. It's like it's not showing your chosen name on there. It's kind of odd. YouTube's been doing the name thing in other live chats, Bray. No one knows why. Usual names in some, usernames in other, kind of random. YouTube is they just don't prioritize live streaming. I do not get it. I have seen, okay, so by the way, I am considering this, guys, and y'all let me know if you think it's a bad idea, but I'm considering doing vertical streams as well. So when I was talking to Tristan, who's Tristan Talks Tech, he was saying, like, do you stream on TikTok and like Instagram or anything like that? I was like, no. He said, why? That is just free. That's more viewers. Some of them will come over to Twitch, or like, why not? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't use TikTok. I don't watch vertical live streams, but apparently a lot of people do. So I don't know. We'll see. Is 32-inch monitor too big for esports game? Asks Vision. Vision, it depends. It's I just bought one that does 4K and it has a dual mode, so it has 1080p as well. But if you do 1080p on a 32-inch monitor, which I'm gonna see how it looks, it's gonna look like the pixel density is gonna look kind of ridiculous. But I need to see how this thing runs, because it's an actual dual mode panel, so I don't know how that's gonna work. You'll need more mods if you stream on TikTok. All right, Lux, that's good to know. You volunteering? Excuse me. For YouTube's a big way to get more viewers. TikTok might not be the best. I don't like TikTok. I don't. I know it's been great for some tech creators' careers, and that's awesome. But I don't use TikTok. I barely use Instagram, although I've been trying to use it more. But yeah. Also, apparently you can't swear on TikTok at all. I don't know if that's an issue for you. I like never swear during these streams. I was a little worried because when I was at Alexander PC's, I mean, it was just they were swearing, and I was like, this is on my stream too. This is on my channel too. I don't usually do that, but I'm in someone else's home. It was a building, it was a business, but I wasn't about to criticize them for it. I mean, Peckish, off of stream, I cuss all the time, like all the time. But I make content that, you know, I want someone who is, I don't know, who is as their, I don't know, like you can be 13 or older and have a Twitch account. I don't want someone to come in who surely has heard all that stuff before. I just want it to be family friendly, basically, because I've run into it where there are people who say, I watch your stream with my kids, and that used to be a thing. There are some places that have had my stream up in public places. Although, to be fair, this was like a military rec area, like a recreational area. That was kind of cool, and it's military or whatever. But no, I mean, I've had my stream. Who was doing it? Someone was playing my streams in a business, which fine, that's fine with me. But I cannot for the life of me remember where it was. It was like a local PC shop somewhere. And if that's you and you hear this, say hi. Let's go. What are you doing? Looking at a high refresh 27-inch 1440p or the yeah. I swear during these streams. These effing ads. Sorry, Beaver. Well, you can't in Australia after December 10th. Getting banned for under 16s, including tens of other social media apps. Interesting. Triple B, what's going on? Welcome. MK Loomis, the merch link is down right now. Let me get y'all just a regular boring link real quick. Hold on. That must be what it was. They added a thing where you can upgrade to Fourth Wall Pro and get a free custom domain, and I think that broke my own domain from working. All right, hold on. There you go. I'm also going to change the merch link as well for now until I get that fixed. Okay, so if you are watching on Twitch, !merch will bring up bring up that link, and if you're watching on YouTube, check the description. The new link is up if you're looking for merch. Last time in chat, I recommended Triangle. I know none of you watched it yet. I was traveling. I went to Chicago since the last stream. So, yeah, and it was a fun trip, but it was also very, very stressful and busy. Every moment was busy. So, yeah, when I wasn't traveling or working, I was sleeping or trying to. I see the whole megahertz thing. Nighthawk says, great stream the other day. It was fun watching y'all building. Absolutely. Yeah. You won the giveaway, right? That was you winning? Yeah. Soon, you'll probably get reached out to tomorrow. It's, you know, once Alexander PC's back open. Zintech, what's up? Welcome. But MK Loomis, there you go. I got you. Wow, it's crazy, Peckish. Everything 16 and up. That's good, though. Whoever asked about monitors, Hardware Unboxed literally posted 2 videos about some stellar monitors. There you go. Who needs 1,000 hertz at 1080p? Who needs that? That's crazy. Bergie, welcome. Braxton, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, he won. I was jelly for sure. Yeah. I mean, the thing about a giveaway like that, not everybody wants to stream, so it's not going to be even that tempting for everyone, but it is a really cool prize pack. Doing okay. Doing good. Tired. Very, very tired after coming back. But I'm here because, I mean, also, you know, like hanging out with you guys, but also we're going to be recording the video for this week. Which I guess is, yeah, it's the 5th week of November. I should say last week in November. It's just weird saying 5th, considering. But it's like, there were 2 days. Beginning is this that Friday, Saturday, or whatever. Just chatting if there's no list yet. Did someone ask what we were doing? Vertical Live is convenient if you're watching on your phone, but the problem is Noab was the comments between vertical and normal were not combined. So the chat it's not combined chat. Oh, so the chat's being combined. Well, okay. Robert, you confused the heck out of me with all that, but okay. I'm just going to say okay. The Ultimate Esports Pro wannabe is the one that would want a 1,000 hertz monitor to try to improve their KD ratio. I mean, it was shown that, like, if you have a high enough skill level and your reaction times are insane, you do benefit from the super, super high refresh rates. But if your PC can achieve those speeds. But I don't think it's good that every single adult is going to need to give their IDs to every single app just to access it, and the amount of kids that are going to flip out in all kinds of ways about it is going to be bad. Okay. What do we do about it? I'm not sure what we can do about it. I mean, I guess you can reach out to your local representatives and say that, hey, I don't like that. I don't know. I mean, honestly, that's one of those things where it's like, pick your battles. Pick your battles. What's going to happen, I think, from this is you're going to have fewer spam accounts. That is that's a huge problem. It is a massive problem. So that's that's one of the benefits you're going to get is fewer spam accounts. Also better safety for kids. As a father, that matters to me. It's not happening here, so I don't know what to tell you. I feel like I wouldn't mind that happening here, honestly, because of the benefits of it. The person doing the whole rule in the first place tried on Discord. I hope wait, what? No. Sorry, the messages moved, so I started reading half of Bergie's message and half of yours. Tried doing it in America and got banned from the country? Is that something that happens? Peckish, I feel like you're just saying stuff now. It's not like an America mod banned them from country. What do you mean? Like deported? What do you mean? Yeah, I posted a SkyTech giveaway in the gaming section on Discord. Hope that was okay. Sure. Of course. It's a giveaway. And you know we trust SkyTech, so it's all good. Or report those bots accounts or the accounts for being 12 or under. Yeah. Honestly, look. This is one of those things where most of these, like, these are companies. Companies go by, their own regulations or whatever, I guess. They set their rules for, of course, there's FCC rules and all that in America, but that's not a worldwide thing, right? A lot of these companies, they operate internationally. So it's going to be different in different countries. I don't know what to tell you. Honestly, if this became a thing, which I'm sure Elon Musk would be like, blah, 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 you can't make me do this or whatever. Fine. Okay, cool. So Twitter will always be a pit of bots and scams and tryhards and all of that. I still use it because I know some good people on there. That's kind of how that's how I communicate with some people on there. There are some good accounts on there. All that. It's just anyway. TJ, what's going on? Welcome. TJ Sparks, welcome in. I got to say Sparks because then it sounds like I'm talking to TJ from Alexander PCs, but yeah. Eddie Me Thought 8925. I don't like how it's doing these name things. I don't know whatever name y'all chose, but it ain't showing. A Sunday night live stream. Yes, I stream every Sunday night. It was 2 different chats then, but they were rolling out a combined chat last I read. Sorry, the message not coming out correctly. Basically, it should be better now. Awesome. I would like that. Not sure if they got banned from the country, but they got kicked out for doing it so they can't do it. So I'm gonna try rereading some of your stuff. The person that's doing the whole rule in the first place tried doing it in America and got banned from the country. Not sure if they got banned from the country, but they got kicked out from doing it, so they can't do it. Who is this person you're talking about? I don't understand. What do you... what? I mean, if we did, that'd be kind of awesome. I feel like it might, honestly. But then again, I'm over 16. So maybe people under 16 will be angry, but they can't even vote. So, like... I don't know. I don't know. The E-Safety Commissioner of Australia. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's Sunday. You're supposed to be playing Metroid or something. Lux, I gave up on gaming streams for a little bit. I would love to be playing Metroid right now. Actually, so pretty soon there will be a couple of gaming streams, but they're going to be for specific things. Like, now that Emmett's back from Australia, we were floating an idea of doing a sort of a he was going to work with me on my map rando stuff to get a little faster at it. And I'm, there's a few other gamers out there who I'm talking to about doing collab streams with. So if I'm doing if you see me doing a gaming stream, you need to come and check it out, because it's not just gonna be me. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be something different. So, Jupriyu says, do you think that my computer, which is the size of my hand, could run high quality games? A computer is Ace Magician Mini PC. I also have a 240 hertz monitor. Jupriyu, mini PCs are generally not good for gaming. They're also generally not meant for gaming. Whatever it showed on Amazon, or it's just generally not meant for gaming. There are some larger mini PCs, but if you're saying it's the size of your hand, it's probably not going to be great for it. I don't know anything. The only thing you told me about it is the brand. I don't know any of the specs, but even if I did, I could tell you it's probably not going to be able, like as you said, to run high quality games. Do you mean like AAA titles? Rurutu, I actually disagree. I feel like Australia is a real country. That, or it's the Death Zoo or something like that. One or the other, honestly. MK Lewis says, just get a beach and air. So I know some of y'all that are in Twitch chat obviously were there, but who in YouTube chat got to catch the collab stream with Alexander PCs on Friday? Raise your hand. Then put your hand on your keyboard and type it out, because I cannot see you raising your hand. Well, see, Dan has the right idea. He's typed out, raise his hand. Why did it turn out red like that? That's great. You can also put, on Twitch, you can put /me, then type it out. Funnily or not, Australia is one of the safest countries ever. Stated like a fact, and then shortly thereafter, in my opinion. As AMD Ryzen 7 Pro 5875U. Okay. Yeah, it's the thing about it is, Jupriu, is that the CPU is only part of the equation. The main component for making games run well and look good and run smoothly is a graphics card. And that has integrated graphics, but looking at that 5 in that number, that is an older generation Ryzen CPU. Sure, it should have 8 cores because it's a Ryzen 7, yada, yada. I don't know what the core count is or anything like that. But if the integrated graphics, even if they're pretty good, are probably like RDNA 1 or 2, like earlier. It's just, yeah. Ruruchi said, I got a friend to buy a B generic. Really? Who was that? Fergie says, I saw you at and TJ at Micro Center and the stream cut off. It did. That's because apparently expecting my phone to, because I was using a camera. I was using, hold on. Well, I was using this camera right here, which is my Osmo Pocket 3, which I have. You guys have seen it on stream. It's the mobile. It's like the wireless camera I would use. I now have it as my face cam during desktop stuff again. There's a reason for that. Like this, you'll notice this shot is a lot more steady now. It's not on the gimbal anymore. It's not moving around. I just have this thing to move around whenever I'm in desktop mode. Just because when I was doing my final edit, I have Onware who's doing the primary cutting down of everything, adding in some graphics, things like that. But I will always go through and do a final edit, like a final like watch and edit. Basically, I take a few hours to just go through it, make little minor adjustments, things like that, add more graphics, add different things. Anyway, there were some shots where I had to recenter it because when I would hold my hand up or something, the camera would unlock and start moving around, and then I try to lock it back in place, but it doesn't match a previous shot, so I had to like crop it in and move it around. Forget it. Now this main camera is just stationary, at least for now, till I get that all figured out. But that camera is the one I was using for the IRL stream. It was going into a hub that was being powered by a battery that was charging both the camera and my phone had an application on it that was using that external camera and streaming to Twitch. So it was encoding the live stream and broadcasting it up, apparently charging it while it's doing all of that and just everything, while it is also in a small bag, because I had it in like a sling bag along with the hub and the battery. That was like a heat bomb. It all just like overheated my phone like crazy, which shut down the stream. Thank you for shutting down the stream. Camerify, the app did that because it could have damaged my phone. That was why TJ was joking about making me a liquid-cooled IRL streaming setup, which I would love that. Just liquid cooling, something to put this against that would be a liquid, like a cold plate that would pull away heat. And that would be awesome. I would love that. The GPU is integrated Radeon Vega 8. So that is prior to even RDNA. So that mini PC is, it's meant, you can play YouTube on it, you can do stuff like that, but when it comes to like playing back stuff, sure, or streaming content from Netflix and things like that, yeah, or doing your email, maybe even Excel spreadsheets and all kinds of stuff like that, some productivity stuff, right? When it comes to gaming, it is not really built for that. I have to understand Vega 8. Let me see when that. The Radeon Vega 8 is an integrated graphics solution by AMD, launched on February 12th, 2018. It is 7 years old. And at that point, it was still pretty rough because it's an integrated graphics solution. It's meant to run monitors. It's more of a display option. Now, one thing, and or chaos, actually, you just said this right here, and this is a great point. You could do things like emulating on there. You can emulate retro games, Super NES games, Game Boy Advance games, whatever, you know, older systems. You can use it for emulating games. So if you're trying to make AAA titles where the game has to render like detailed 3D graphics in real time, you know, a bunch of times per second, it's not really what that's going to exceed at. But emulation, 100%. Now, here's what you should actually do, GPU. Try using that with something like GeForce Now, which is cloud gaming. Use it with that, and the work is all done on an NVIDIA server. Do that. Look at GeForce Now, sign up for that. The other option is something like Shadow PC. Shadow is a service where basically it's like you have a PC. It's in a server farm, but part of this server unit on this rack here is yours, essentially, while you're renting it. You know, basically you can set it up, install your programs. When my PC was kind of weak, I used to edit video on something like that, and I used to use that for gaming, and I would use my local PC for streaming. So it was like having a 2 PC setup. So you have options. Cloud gaming is going to be the best option, I think, if you're trying to play modern titles. If you're trying to play, heck, I think even PlayStation would allow you to do it now. PlayStation Now, I think, is what it's called. And you can do that too. So yeah, I would run cloud gaming on it. Something that nobody else has mentioned. So there you go. It could run MAME games pretty well, probably. What does that mean? M-A-M-E. Welcome back, Zintech. Hope it was a good dinner. Is that a Samsung Ultra 23, 24, 25? 23, yes. I've seen no reason to upgrade it from that. It's the 23 has been great for me. I was excited because I got to email them in time during the stream to get the RGB shroud. Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, that's right. So you got the Intel version. Multi-arcade machine emulator. Nice. Okay. Emulator for arcade games. Sweet. It's funny because I like emulators, but I don't do many arcade games. It's mostly going to be older consoles that I would do. Will, welcome. How's it going? I couldn't find it on YouTube, and my feeble system won't let me join Twitch, says Gary. Really? What about, like, smartphone? No? Moving cameras are fine until we get zoom and enhance. I'll wait. You're talking about a PTZ camera. It's a thing. You don't have to wait, Steve. It's already a thing. PTZ is a thing. I think Luna is free with Prime now. No idea what games it has, though. Oh, okay. Humanity, what's up? Welcome. But yeah, Juper, that's going to be the best options for you. Cloud gaming or emulation. I need to get a retro thing set up, but I don't know shiz about it. I want to play some classics, so time to research. It's going to depend on what system you're trying to emulate. There are emulators for each system out there. So, yeah, time to go on Reddit, see what people, you know, go to like retro gaming or emulation or whatever subreddit it might be, and see what people say. You're not going to be able to get ROMs there. You cannot get the games there. And I'm not going to tell you how to do it. That could get me in trouble, and I'm sure you don't want that. But the sources are out there for sure. So I guess we should start looking for... I guess I didn't update that. I thought I did. You know, it's time for new merch. Because, like, I'm looking at this, and, like, these designs aren't, like, I mean, this is one of the first designs I ever did, was that swirly one. But, well, actually, I did all these designs. This one was actually drawn by Ari, like the swirls. I did the letters, though. But it's probably time for new merch. And also, I need to get more of these. I gave them all away or whatever. Why isn't this showing the purple as the main one? That's how I thought I had it set up. Yeah, there you go. Also, I thought I had a background for this whole thing. I guess I don't. And there's no purple for this. That is terrible. Cool. That's cool. Okay. Oh, also, I like that for the quote unquote the women's sizes. I just called it small form factor. I think that was pretty. I wouldn't be mad at a dad hat. I had one actually. That's why sometimes you'll watch an LTT video. Wait, this is sold out? Okay. You'll watch an LTT video and you'll see Plouffe wearing a dad hat that has RGB on it. It's because I gave him one and he loved it, which was awesome. That was an awesome moment right there. What do you think about Zydax? No. Vicreal's bass. No, not Zydax. Nope. They currently have one of the worst track records for customer service. And then they threaten you with a lifetime of it because you get a lifetime warranty. No, not them. I hate to say it. I used to have a coupon code with them. I took that down. Once we started getting reports of terrible service, I was like, oh. You need Fergie to model I'm a bee clothing for you. I do? I don't know that I do. I'm starting to get more into Battlefield. Feels good playing on a PC again. What's up, Ghost Poner? How's it going? Glad to hear it. Are you in trouble with Nintendo lawyers again? No, never been in trouble with them. And don't put that on me. I don't want that. GOG has a lot of older games that are actually run on modern hardware too, like games that require mods to play on Windows 11, etc. But the GOG versions have already been modded. That's cool, actually, Archaeos. I've never really looked into that. Call Zydax. You don't need to call us. Just check out our website or something. That's freaking cyber power. Why are you calling us now? What's up, Observer of Thoughts? How's it going? Zoom Enhanced looked more dramatic in Blade Runner. Everything looked dramatic in Blade Runner, though. Like they're tying their shoes. That director can make it look dramatic. It does make sense for Blade Runner. Okay. So yeah, I do think I need to make some new designs. There is one thing that a t-shirt design I've been wanting to make for the longest time, because there's a thing that I've said for ever since I got into IT, and I had to explain, and I've said this to you guys before. I think I've told you this before, but like ever since I had to start trying to explain to people whenever they're shocked that something that worked yesterday doesn't work today, and that thing is everything works until it doesn't. And I've always wanted to have a shirt that says that. I'd love to make a t-shirt of that. And then any of our community members that work in IT can just wear that shirt and point at it when someone shares that sort of disbelief. I do need to get a new version of this in this color, because this one was from the previous merch place and it's all faded. So I need to get a new one and have it look nice and vibrant. But I will say, like, genuinely, I think these look awesome when they're faded too. Like, it's just a different style. I like it. Michelle says, I will wear it with pride. Well, the thing is, I have to figure out the design. Like, how am I going to make it look like, I don't know. It just needs to be like, I was thinking of doing it to where it was like nice, solid font, and then sort of like a sort of a dilapidated font for the second part. So everything works until it doesn't. So I got to figure that out, basically. Ridley Scott, indeed. Yes. Oh, is that a zip hoodie? Yes. I've worn this one a few times. I do like the design on this one because it's got that there. It's got the "Let's Go Nerds" on your pointing arm, if indeed that is your pointing arm. But the back does not have a design on it, so it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more chill in that way. I don't know. I do like this hoodie. Angry Beaver, thanks. No thanks. I adore both Blade Runners. I haven't watched the newer Blade Runner. I haven't. You get Christopher Judge to model your threads. If we can have a t-shirt with that design, have a professional look to wear it in office, I would wear it all the time. What if we get it on a polo? Because as you can see, for those who want that professional look but want to rep the channel, I do have a polo shirt. Unfortunately, they didn't make it in purple, but I have it in the navy, and it looks pretty good. Oh, you like the hoodie? Okay, nice. I should honestly. Why don't I do? Oh! How can I miss this? This was awesome work by Past Me. Excellently done. Good job, Past Me. Good job, Past Me. But no, before you go and spend your money here, give me a couple of days to come up with some new merch ideas. I've been wanting to do that. Wish I knew this. I just bought the Zydax. And I wish that you were the only person that spends the money before doing the research instead of doing the research first. But you're not the only person that does this. And I'm helpless. I can't help you. You're supposed to get the help and ask questions before you spend a couple grand of your hard-earned money dollars on something. But we have the Discord. And in that Discord is the SI Testimonials group of channels. And in there is Zydax. And there's someone in there who was threatening that, or not threatening, but they were like, I'm going to have to take legal action against Zydax. Like it was that bad for them. So you just bought it. You can cancel your order. And I highly suggest you do. Cancel the order. But I don't understand. But even when I'm in a rush, I will still read reviews and do research and just Google searches. Honestly, I need to make a video about Zydax and the issues. But I mean, if you watched my video from Tuesday, I talked about Zydax and how bad they are. I said this in a video on Tuesday. It was like a 56-minute long video, though. Nobody stuck around for that part. Also, nobody's watching my videos, other than the few people who are. Thank you, if that's you. But I'm not in the algorithm. Like, people who used to get my videos recommended to them are probably not getting it recommended to them now. Just a few hours ago, too. I don't... Yep. You should cancel. You should cancel it. 100%. But I'm guessing their customer service is closed. See if you can just... Yeah. Thanksgiving is on Thursday, Steve. It's next week on Thursday. I only get Thursday and Friday off. Yeah. Most people don't get the whole week off for Thanksgiving. I was excited to see up again. I've been checking religiously since October, knowing Black Friday was coming up. Yeah, so we're going to be looking through that. We're going to be looking for some deals, and we'll see what we can find. So chat, here's what I'm thinking. For this video, what we're gonna do is we're gonna find not as many Black Friday deals as possible. That causes option paralysis, right? We're gonna try to find some of the best deals we can at multiple different price points. Okay. I see you all the time, my algorithm, even your old videos. Well, really? Nice. Do me a favor. Even if you're not going to stay and watch it, this can hurt my viewer retention, I know, but just click on it. It helps with click-through rate, which will push YouTube to show my videos to more people. And every little bit helps. Oh, you just got it off of Newegg. Oh, canceling on Newegg shouldn't be a problem. Should be higher in the food chain on these socials, man. Your content is gold. I'll die in the hell. Thank you, Angry Beaver. Well, the thing is, if I don't post content for months, then I'm out of the algorithm. And YouTube tells you, hey, take vacations. It'll be fine. But if you have whatever, family stuff come up, financial troubles, you have just life gets in the way, you have a kid or something, or you're moving, or anything that causes you to take a month or more, you are severely punished. Like, I've gone through this before. I have fought my way back from this. I can and will do it again. It just hurts during that time because there's a lot of work that goes into these videos. It does help that now I'm just recording them on stream because of the fact that I haven't been doing just long form content for a while, and I've mostly just been streaming because it's easy. I hit go live and we just talk about computers. It's great. I'm more used to having immediate feedback instead of just talking into a lifeless camera sensor and not knowing like other people's thoughts on the things I'm saying. I'm now more used to getting instant feedback. Yeah, Vic, I'm going to call you Vic, if that's okay. We're not seeing people's chosen usernames on YouTube right now. We're just seeing, like, I don't know, whatever that is. I'm going to call you Vic. Since you bought it off of Newegg, you should be fine to return it. That's actually a lot easier. You're the only man doing a niche thing, so I get it, but I would think that would be rewarded more. No, YouTube does not like originality. YouTube likes more of the same. Because that's what a lot of people watch. Like it can be a little hard sometimes to watch content with Ari because Ari likes food videos and also food videos, and it drives me crazy because like I don't know if it's metabolism or whatever. She can kind of eat anything she wants, and she just is fit. She's just fit. It's amazing. I don't have that. I had that when I was like young. I don't have that anymore. But anyways, but she loves food videos and travel food videos as well. But that's what Ari likes to watch. That's it, and I get it. It's good content. So basically, YouTube just is like, all right, that's what you're gonna get. Now, there's also gaming videos that we watch together. We watch other stuff. I'm really exaggerating for the bit, but like, you know, YouTube knows we are creatures of habit. Ari is the greatest, though. Yes, Ari is superhuman confirmed, indeed. There are some that do it, but nowhere near as dedicated, consistent on it. Well, yeah, no, because they're dedicated to DIY. And I love it when other channels do pre-built content, except that there's some that do things that I'm not very happy with. Gamers Nexus, I don't like the way they do pre-built reviews. Not a big fan. But it's more because of the conclusions they come to and the broad statements that they make based on the one computer that they bought, thinking that, oh, I'm secret shopping. This is the be-all end-all of giving an accurate recommendation. No, it's not, because that's one system. It could be amazing, And most of their other systems could be garbage, or it could be garbage and most of their other systems are amazing. You just don't know. It's not like pulling a CPU off a wall where you don't need a big sample size because it's a retail single product. Like that should be pretty, but a PC is a box full of variables built by a human being. That's how I found your video on where to properly put the cables in the PC when setting it up. So right now, I'm still getting views. I'm still getting views on, and I'll tell you, it's like, whenever I was constantly making content, I would get anywhere from 50 to 70,000 views a month, and which is fine for a channel of my size. But with not having published any content for months, I was still getting like 20K views a month. That's on older videos. So especially the one about setting up PC. So right now I'm probably more keyed in for like how-to content rather than content about buying stuff. Weird that I can't cancel. You might need to email them or talk to them about it. I don't know, but you can absolutely send it back. They have a guarantee, a refund guarantee. Yeah, Bergie, that's correct. Remember Ari in the background a few times. She is cool AF. I mean, we used to do gaming streams together and also Halloween streams and certain event streams like that. Yeah, Ari's been on camera before. She is cute as a button, but does not like being on camera. But yeah, Vic, it's fine if you're just like, I'm going to get a mouse or a keyboard or something. And then you can, I guess, go check if it's good or not. I mean, I still recommend if you're going to spend money on stuff that is reviewed constantly. There is so much content on everything, PCs, everything electronic. You can look up reviews before you ever touch your wallet. And that's always the way you should do it. You do that first. Yeah, and the other thing is this. It's going to help you out here, Vic, that you bought from a third-party retailer because it's going to be a lot easier to return to Newegg than it would have been to return to Zydex. But I don't recommend that you buy a computer off of a third-party reseller's website like Amazon or Newegg. They didn't build the thing. They didn't build it, meaning that what you're doing is you're giving money to Newegg or Amazon for putting up a picture on their website or for stocking some of these in their warehouse. They had nothing to do with the product. They had nothing to do with that product other than selling it to you and then getting a big fat cut. So that's going to help you in terms of returning it. But now you can go directly to the system integrator, the company that builds it. That is always what I recommend because that company is not having to give a huge chunk of the profit margin to that third-party retailer's website or a big box store like Best Buy, right? Because they're not having to do that, they don't cheap out on the components on the inside as much. Or you can go to a boutique builder where you're like, the main thing is this. I was told parts were really good and was a good deal. By who, Vic? By whom? Whomst? They should fill out a form while we are here. After they cancel with Newegg, you can help them find something better. Well, yeah. Thank you, Bergie. I appreciate that. So yeah, if you look in the description, Vic, you'll see that there's a form there that you can fill out. Just fill that out, and probably Tuesday, I'll be able to help you out with finding a different PC. Unless you're able to cancel your thing tonight. But what we're doing tonight, like Tuesdays and Thursdays are when I do PC matchmaking. I can sometimes do some on Sunday nights, but I mean, heck, it's already been like an hour and I haven't started in yet. We're going to be recording this week's video on stream tonight. So you're going to get a preview of that video while you're here. And I'm going to be looking at Black Friday deals. So I want to give y'all a heads up. What I've been doing is whenever because I vape so that I don't smoke tobacco, right? Which is good. It got me off of that years ago and it's helped me a lot. I would be able to just hold up my hand and get the camera to stop tracking me, so I could go off camera to do that. I can't do that with this one. So I have to like do this. Hold on. See, I just can't. I can't do it. There we go. It's going to look at that power strip that I have hanging there because I took it off of its mounting. I recently redid the way my camera is mounted to the wall, so. Can you see me waving? No, Beaver. I'm working my way down, but I'm not at 0. Purple monster confirmed? What does that mean, Angry Beaver? I don't know if I want to know what that means. A friend of yours. Ah, okay. See, the thing about it, Vic, is that when you're buying a pre-built, and I want you to remember this, okay? Like this is one of the main things people need to understand when you're buying a pre-built. The computer is only half of your purchase, because any of these companies can put together a PC. Heck, you could do that if you had the desire to. It used to be the fact that if you built DIY, you could save money. Right now, that's not really the case because of RAM and SSD prices. It's all kind of overpriced right now. But when you're buying a pre-built, you are purchasing service and warranty and all of that. It's just like, imagine, you know, when you go to a restaurant, and this bothers the heck out of me, but you know, you go to a restaurant where you know the food is really good, but the service is going to be terrible. You don't really want to go there. There are several restaurants that around here where I love the food, but the service is horrible, so I just don't go. Because you can make your own food. Any restaurant can make food, right? But if you have really good service, that just makes it that much better. And with a product that you're going to be using for years to come, rather than just one meal, it becomes much, much more a part of what you're going to be buying. It'd be a much bigger facet of that. So that's the reason that I started the SI Testimonials group of channels in the Discord. Because I'm just one guy. I can't buy a bunch of PCs from every single company and be anonymous in all of those and see what kind of service I'm going to get. But the community can. And so many community members have taken the time to share their experience getting the PC, using the PC, and if there was an issue, sharing what that was like, which is, I think, the most helpful thing. I don't want for people to have an issue when they buy a PC, but when they do and they relay that experience to everybody, that is like extremely helpful. It's one of the reasons that I'm so comfortable, like that why last year I was comfortable going with Skytech for my collab PC for Black Friday, and why this year Alexander PCs was the choice. So, yeah. So just remember that. What you might want to do while you're waiting to cancel your order is join the Discord, go to the SI Testimonials group of channels, and just take a look through some of those. See what some people are saying. Because there's some SIs that only have like 2 or 3, right? 2 or 3 testimonials, but there are some that have dozens and dozens, and you can kind of see the trends of like, oh, wow, this Alexander PCs is they're a boutique builder, but like they have almost 100%. And I think the only reason it's not fully 100% is because someone had a part go bad, which can happen in any PC, and they just chose to not like what Alexander PCs fixed it for them, but not like in the way, I guess, where they wanted everything to be completely free and just like, or they wanted an upgrade for free, or it was something like that. And they started bad mouthing them completely. It's like, dude, they took care of that really well. There are just some people who, and I can say this because when I first got into the workforce, it was doing sales and customer service stuff and all that. I can tell you with certainty that there are some people out there who just are incapable of receiving good customer service. If a product or service was not immediately up to their high expectations, that company is a failure completely. It's like, no, if something breaks or a service doesn't go right, how the company responds is what tells you whether it's a good company or not. That's like, if you're already angry and like there's no getting through to you, you're going to be forever incapable of experiencing good customer service, even if it's right in front of you. And that was the thing that happened to Alexander PCs. I don't know if that person removed their stuff or whatever, but if you read any of the rest of it, it's insanely positive, like all of it. iBuyPower. Compare iBuyPower's reporting versus CyberPower PC, and it's night and day. iBuyPower has world-class customer service. CyberPower, I guess it exists in terms of customer service, but like that's the best you could say about it. I have to say, it was so much fun to watch the stream live in person. I had a good time, so it was worth the drive. I'm so glad you came up. And thank you again for providing those fan shrouds, the fan grills. That was really cool. Your Monster Energy. What about it? What's up, Bone Shock? Sorry I didn't see you come in earlier. Oh, Purple Monster. Oh, that's what you were saying. Okay. I just like it because it's 0 sugar. There's a green one that's like a lot better. So for those who weren't there on Friday, for those who purchase a Legionnaire 2025, there are 9 remaining of these. Here, I'll show you real quick. This right here. These were 3D printed by Ameridan, and the first 2 went into the 2 PCs we built on the live stream for the first 2 people who bought the Legionnaire. Which, by the way, fun fact, they're twins, and they maxed these out. By the way, like you see how there's a strimmer cable there. There was actually supposed to be one here for the 12v2x6, but those hadn't come in yet, or they just didn't have them yet. But yeah, it's the fan shrouds were provided by Ameridan, and there are now 9 remaining. So if you want, there's no extra charge for it. You can just request it with yours if you buy one. But only 9 more people can do it. The camera just wants to be quit. Thank you, MK Loomis. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with it. Just join Discord. There you go. Dustin says, I love iBuyPower. Just bought my second PC from them. Customer service is awesome. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. Yeah. And that's been shown multiple times on the on Linus Tech Tips Secret Shopper series. J Dollars says, what's better, RX 9070 XT or 5070 Ti? For what use case, J Dollars? Are you using it for, as Michael Sanders said? What's up, Michael Sanders? Mike, how's it going? If you're going to be doing streaming, I would go 5070 Ti. 9th gen NVENC is OP. I'm using a 5070 Ti right now to encode this very stream. You have a discount code for this PC? I do. It is my name. As MK Loomis says, it takes $50 off. And for those of you wondering, it's not a filter. He is that bald in real life too. He is. Aerodynamic, Dan. Aerodynamic. Even when I was overseas, Alexander PC was so helpful with my build. We're quick to respond to emails, customer service. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Yeah. Also, sorry, Dan, that we didn't really go out to get. We didn't have a chance to go out to get lunch or anything like that. As you saw, prepping for the stream was a big deal, a lot of work, all that. What about his IRL voice though? All right, turned off the filter, Dan. You could tell him this is what I actually sound like in real life. It's okay. I just, you know, I have the, if I have this on all the time, people are going to watch for the wrong reasons. And you know, we can't have that. So I put the vocal filter on to just kind of bring it up a little bit more normal. Rarutu, absolutely yes. Yes, just okay. So what your friend did was your friend got an email confirmation for the order. All she has to do is reply to that email and say, "I forgot to use code Brayathorn. Can I still get the discount?" And they will apply it after the fact. Angry Beaver, I think this spray is pretty good too, but that's just me. But yeah, Vic, welcome to the Discord. I'll always say, like, you don't just listen to me. This is why I wish there were more content creators who focus on pre-builts other than just me. You need more opinions than just mine, but particularly from those who are not content creators who just bought the PC and had the experience and shared it. And for any of you who are planning on buying a PC, please consider sharing a testimonial on the Discord. You're building up upon a legacy of a community that helps each other make good purchasing decisions. I don't know. Sensual Smooth Jazz Bray is pretty awesome. Well, it's all me. It's all me anyway, regardless. And y'all can know that. But Jay Dollars, welcome to the stream. If you're trying to find a pre-built PC, or you're trying to build a PC, I can help you one-on-one with putting together the perfect parts list for DIY or finding the perfect pre-built for your budget and needs. All you have to do is go to the description. The first thing in that description is a link to fill out a form. And you fill that out, you'll get on the list, and I can help you out. That's not what I'm doing tonight, but I do that Tuesdays and Thursdays. It is 100% free of charge. There's no charge for it. I guess I'm going to stream, instead of streaming on Thursday, I'm probably going to stream on Friday, because that's Black Friday. We'll be streaming then. So I'm probably moving the Thursday stream to Friday. I should mention that in the video. So y'all, you know, I don't know. Okay. Not to get, and I don't want to get on a soapbox or anything, but I don't personally celebrate Thanksgiving. It's kind of one of them blood-soaked holidays. You know what I mean? Not my favorite, but I'm not trying to rain on anybody's parade. Y'all celebrate whatever you want to celebrate. But I normally like streaming on certain holidays, particularly if you just like, I'm not going to a family thing. I don't have any work. You know, I'm not going to be doing anything for the holiday. I'll hang out and Bray stream. So I don't know. I got to decide whether or not I'm going to stream on Thursday or not. I'll let y'all know. New Moe 90, what's up? Thanks for the help on my parts list. Braithorn got it built. Okay, you got to share it in the Discord. There's a channel called Rigs. Take some awesome pictures, put it up in there. Let us see how it turned out. And welcome back. Or Chaos, I feel far too many would just push who paid them unless it actually affected them negatively, like people who actively displayed Dell systems. Not that they're completely horrible, but we don't need to have the ATX 12VO discussion again. Yeah, PC philanthropy indeed. Not super philanthropic on that one. Discord testimonials probably needs a bit of a cleanup. There are several SIs listed that don't exist anymore. That is true, Dan. That is true. Also, I used to go in and clean up when people would just be asking questions in there. It says in the pinned thing in each one, like, hey, this is just for people sharing testimonials. No questions here. But yeah. Wanting to build another PC. I built one 4 years ago, so wanting to build a new one. Okay, well, I can help with that too, but you need to fill out a form. $, what it does is it keeps you from doing what you did, where you just come in and ask a basic question where we don't know enough. We have to drag information out of you. And when you're expecting people to help you, especially for free, you shouldn't make them work extra hard to do it. So the form forces you to answer questions that are going to help me provide helpful answers, instead of being here like, all right, what's your budget? What are you going to do with it? What games are you trying to play? I don't have a question in the form that asks what type of games you want to play. That's going to be in the 2026 form. But yeah. Griggins, what's up? Welcome. And in case y'all say anything, are wondering on the YouTube side why it's not showing the screen name that you chose, I don't know, by the way. Your name could be something completely different right now than what it usually is. So I'm probably not recognizing some people who are in here a lot, and I'm sorry about that. Thanksgiving is a foodist holiday these days, I guess. Yeah. Where's the form at exactly? I can't click on the link stream elements provided. Blue Wolf, that's where it is. That's the link. It's a link. I know. I do know that's a UTL form. I do know that. Yeah, I don't know what to do if you can't click on the link, Blue Wolf. I'm not sure what to tell you. Oh, Sailor. Okay. Yeah. God, this is so annoying. It's really annoying. Okay, let's see here. Oh, DF Starfield one as well. Okay. Sorry, we're gonna get to now I can. The last one wouldn't let me. Thanks. Interesting. Okay. Both worked fine for me since it's the exact same link. Very weird that it didn't for you. Yeah. No worries. All good. All right, so I guess from here, I was just taking a peek at the form. I see that Vic, you did fill out the form. So we're gonna go around looking at some Black Friday deals, and then I'll record the video. Basically, you guys are gonna help me choose which ones to feature. So I'm actually gonna go in here and create a new form. Okay, cool. I'm probably going to refine this. Form has less folk than I thought. Yes, but lots more lore? Huh? What do you mean lore? Lore is important. What are y'all saying? Folklore joke. Okay. Oh, folklore. Got it. Got it. It took me a minute. You also had to explain it. Okay. Wait, why don't I have the thing on there? Don't ask. I don't know. I do have it here, so that's good. Thank you for the kind words. To refer back right now, TL, I gotta say what's names on screen. So Machiavelli, thank you for the kind words. But okay. Yeah, so this is just very basic right now. I'll refine this and probably share this in the video description. So price, we're going to try to find, I don't think we're going to find anything solid for 800 bucks, but we're going to try to find one that's not on Amazon. If anything, I guess I could look around and see if there's anything that I think is decent enough for that price. But no, we'll see. And on some of these, if we can't find anything, then I'll just remove that. I also don't want this video to be 3 hours long, so we'll skip from 1500 to... I put 1200 for something very specific. There's one I have in mind. 2000. That's going to be... That's going to be the Alexander PC system, the Legionnaire. Why didn't it do? Because I didn't put a dollar sign. So then we'll go to 2500. Maybe 3500, I guess, and then 4000. So we're going to try to find this many systems here. Now, is this going to be everything that's out there in terms of deals? No, we're just trying to sort of boil it down for people. So we're going to try starting with SkyTech for something that is under $1,000. And we should keep in mind that the $50 off coupon should be taken into account along with my own. Oh, this is never mind. It's $1,400 or more. Never mind. Let's shop Black Friday deals and see what we get. Wait, what did this say? So they have BF50 for $50 off on those. That should stack with my code as well. No, don't change. What are you doing? So there's an additional $50, $100, $150, and $200 off on these different price systems. That's really solid. Well, let's see what comes up here. And we'll sort by low to high. Okay, so this should come in. Let's see, what is this? A 14400F and a 5050 with a 1 terabyte drive. 14400F, 14400F, 14400F. Good Lord. $7,600X. And a 7600 and a 1 terabyte drive. I like that. This one is way more upgradable. The 14400F is on a dead platform. Huh. Look at these two. So Ryzen 5 7600 and a 5060, or a Ryzen 7 7700 and a 5060. And instead of a 1 terabyte NVMe, it says 1 terabyte NVMe Gen 4. This is the better system. But let's see the rest of the details. Just comparing these real quick. 16 gigs DDR5 6000, and this one has 32 gigs DDR5 6000. Yo, this is a way better system. Gen 4, 1 terabyte, B650. This one is B650. 650 watt gold, 650 watt gold. Yeah, this is the one. So why am I looking at this when I said sub 1,000 or $800 or whatever? Well, because these get $100 off versus the $50 off. And then my discount. So I think we're going to go with this one right here. I don't know if I mean, I guess I could say this one for like 900-ish, one of these. And I was looking at the 7600X and the 7600 right here. So we're going to go with that and this. I guess. This is like easily a better system. This one has 16 gigs of RAM. So maybe I don't know. I don't want to ignore the people that are looking for something $900. But if you can just spend another 80 or 100 or something like that and get this is a huge upgrade. Like freaking massive. Now, going up a little bit from that. Yeah, let's do the under 1,000. Peter, what's going on? Welcome. The 5060 is so much better than 5050. People should just skip the 5050. Fair. But if someone's on a really tight budget and building DIY, although DDR5 right now is going to make that difficult. I mean, look at this. DDR5 6000, 32 gigs. That kit is like $300 now out of this $1,100. That's crazy. So this is what I was talking about when I said larger SIs are not going to feel the RAM pricing, at least not for a while, as compared to smaller SIs because they have a much bigger inventory that they purchased when prices were better. So we might skip this and just say this category is under 1,000. Why did you change the... Well, God, this Google Sheets is really dumb sometimes. Yep, this is the one. So let's see what this comes out to with my discount. Hold on, I'm going to... First want to do this. Clear out my cart. There we go. And what is the code again? It is BF100. Why does it say there's two products in the cart? A lot of traffic, huh? Okay. All right, idle card, you got it. Okay, I actually want to do something with this.
Check.
Neat. Okay. Angry Beaver, it's okay. The Chronos 3 has 32 gigs. It's priced at $10.99 before coupons. Has a 7700 at 5060 and 1 gig. Oh, it's the same specs as this then. That is the same specs. There's a lot of them at $10.99, I'm realizing. Yeah, it's the same specs. I don't like that 14400F. I really don't. That's a nice GPU, though. I see it. Same thing with the Nebula. If I can find something that's on AM5 with that, then see, we're already jumping up in price now. Like, look at this. Ryzen 7 7700 9060 XT 16 gig. $11.99. But we already have something in the spot of $11.99. We already have something there. I guess we can have multiple PCs at certain price points. That's fine. Also, the Azure 3 is the same as this. No, yeah, both 16 gig. Yeah. We have to look a little deeper to see if there's any other differences. I feel like the Shadow 4 is going to be a little more versatile and way more upgradable. But that 16 gig 5060 Ti is very tempting. And there are 1, 2, 3 systems, but the Nebula has a Gen 4 drive. But that's more expensive. Okay, so one of these two. I personally like the look of the Azure 3 more. Let's look at the further specs here. 16 gigs of RAM. 16 gigs of RAM. Did you see that? Org Chaos on the Blaze 4 Mini? And how easy is that going to be to upgrade right now? Not very easy. When I saw the 32 gigs, like, it's hard to wrap our heads around this. It is difficult to wrap your head around this, but you have to strongly consider what RAM comes with the system now. Because you and I know that that's really easy to upgrade for us. But for your average pre-built buyer, they shouldn't have to ever open up their system. It should be a complete product right out of the box. 16 gigs of RAM is just not enough anymore if you're playing any games that are slightly not well optimized. They just get RAM hungry. Or Chaos, I wouldn't say that SI's default to 16 gigs still. Prior to this, most of the systems from Skytech would be 32 gigs of RAM if they were DDR5. Remember what's going on right now, though. They want to be able to have systems at this price point. This one right here is... Why isn't my cart working, by the way? What is going on? Okay, there we go. Like, this is an anomaly. Kind of an anomaly right here. Not 1,000. It's not $1,000 off. Yeah, $966.99 with free shipping. With 32 gigs of RAM, which is like freaking gold right now. Okay? No, we got it. We got it back. Ben Jeezy, what's up? How's it going? Hey, yo, bro, big thanks to you. My PC still kicks good even in a year already. Thanks for the advice last year going for AM5 build, then AM4 build. More power, bro. You got it. Happy to help. Now, you might know some people who are looking for a PC or whatever for Black Friday. Send them my way. I'll help them out. Another $50 off with email. Actually, no, Bergie, that is for systems that are $1,400 or more. I mentioned that when we first got to the site. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculously good. And yeah, it's a 5060, not a 5060 Ti. But honestly, you're going to spend more having to buy a kit of 32 gigs of RAM than you would. Well, I mean, not more than buying another graphics card, but more than the price difference between a 5060 and a 5060 Ti, 60, even the 16 gig. You have to spend $350 or whatever if you want that 32 gig kit of RAM that is in this system. That's a third of this price. So that's where we're going to have trouble. You know what I mean? That's where it's going to be a problem. Anyway, so I think we have a winner there, but I can mention this one. I can mention this. That'll help me bring up the topic of RAM. Okay. Now, what I was talking about at around $1,200 is this. This is what Jeff messaged me. This is a starter gaming PC bundle. And it features a solid PC right out of the gate. It is a Core Ultra 5 225F, 10 core, sort of a lower end Intel processor, but for gaming should be totally fine. And it has a 5060 in it, right? With this is 16 gigs of DDR5. Okay, that's how it goes. But understand, this thing is $1,200 before my discount, and it comes with a 24-inch 1080p 144 hertz gaming monitor from MSI, an MSI gaming keyboard, and a mouse for $1,200. And it's stints. It's stints built. This is not a high volume seller. 5060, 1 terabyte PCIe Gen 4 drive. B860M, though it is a micro ATX case as well, so it's not an MATX motherboard in a full ATX case. Thank you, Jeff. This is going to be basically in there at the $1,200 price point. Nobody Alucard's being a bum. We'll fight him to the death in an intense macaroni art contest. Go for it. Do it. Are you doing Stints collab next Black Friday? He came into the chat. I don't know. We'll see. It might be before Black Friday. I don't know. We'll see. I want to do more collabs throughout the year. I want to be able to bring y'all fun, awesome deals like that at different times. Maybe we do one for 4th of July. Maybe we do one, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, this is what look, this is a smaller boutique builder. RAM is hitting them hard. But that's how DDR5 was, as you said. It's like that's how DDR5 was when it launched. But for a starter gaming PC, that kit will do just fine. It's a Cooler Master case, 650 watt, 80 plus gold power supply, MSI 1080p IPS, 24 inch. So it's not a VA panel. 1080p 144 hertz monitor. An MSI Forge GK110 RGB gaming keyboard. I don't know anything about it. Look what he shares all the specs. You have Wi-Fi 7 on this motherboard, 5 gig LAN, 5 USB Type A and 2 Type C on the back, and 1 Type A and 1 Type C on the front panel. This motherboard should allow you to add an additional I/O as well. There should be a slot at the very bottom there. And yeah, this is and it's a Thermalright Assassin X. It's a great cooler. I think this is solid. It is indeed a dual channel kit. Jeff Stinson would not do anything other than Stints would not mess around with that. Labor Day, back to school, Valentine's Day. Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe we should have our own national holiday, Bray Day. Is that a little too egotistical? You could say no. It's okay. You can be honest. If you can swing it, try to support the boutique builders. As Bray just said, they feel the price change is way more than the bigger SIs. Thank you, Dan. So we're going to have this one for the $1,200. Actually, let's see what this comes out to with my discount. And also, some of these are already built and ready to ship. So that's not the case with the Begenair, by the way. I guess I have to do this every time I want to. Yeah. Enjoy the wall. Welcome back. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to the higher end system, Angry Beaver. We will have that. So let's see. View cart. And where can I put in a coupon code? Have a coupon? Okay. Okay. It doesn't apply to this. It might be under... Okay, let me message Jeff. See what he says. Which, like, y'all gotta understand, this is already probably very, very low profit margin for him. That stuff does matter. I don't know if he's on right now, but you don't need a 5090 just a game. Just you get a 5090 to flex on the fools. You get a 5090 for productivity stuff and other stuff other than gaming. Silent Furies, what's up? Welcome. 700X 4060. Okay. Yeah, 750 watts can support a 5070. I guess I can just check by... Here, let's remove this. And we'll just go to... I guess we'll just go to ready to ship or something. Yeah. It just didn't apply to it. Okay. And that's something that we'll run into. Let me check, because they have another system for Black Friday. It's like right there with the Legionnaire. And I felt like the Legionnaire had a few extra things that I think made it a little bit better, because this system is 2200 starting price, and it has a 1 terabyte of storage. I'm sure you can add more storage, but and it was just other things like I like the motherboard that I chose more, that kind of thing. But let's see if it applies to this. Yeah, it's not going to work for the Black Friday deals. My code's not going to work for that. What's up, Vaquero? How's it going? I spent the whole weekend trying to mod my Nintendo Switch. Sweet. It can be pretty tough unless you have a specific one. Cynex, welcome. How's it going, Bray? Loving your YouTubes as well. Hope everyone's doing great. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Glad to be posting on YouTube again. I appreciate that, Ben. Thank you very much. And hope that info helped. And I hope you can find a good deal on the 5070. Yeah, look, I have the same Switch. I just haven't gotten around to modding it yet. I wanted to because there's a okay, I shouldn't be saying any of this stuff. Imagine having to worry about that. I mean, you should not mod Nintendo's hardware. I'm definitely not going to talk about modded. I mean, seriously, dude, there are people who are having their channels taken down for just mentioning things like that. So don't get mad at me for mentioning it unless, yeah. Hey, Asteri. Hey, I'm sorry I haven't I was traveling to Chicago and I just got back late last night. I'm very sorry about that, but I'll get back to you, I promise. And I was just recovering today. Let's check out that the Legionnaire. It looks amazing for sure. It is awesome. It is very, very good. And I'll say this system, the gold standard system, Black Friday system from Stints Built is really nice because it's automatically 9800X3D and a what is the GPU? Oh, you can choose GPU. It starts with a 5070 Ti for $22.99, or 9070 XT or 5080. Like this is really nice. I don't know that I would put a 5080 on an 850 watt power supply though, personally. I like to overdo it when it comes to power, give some headroom there. But I do like this case a lot. The Antec C3 is a really nice case. I do wish it was 2 terabytes by default, but again, Black Friday right now is really tough for smaller, for boutique system integrators. This 32 gigs of DDR5 6000, like, yikes, it's hard. That's expensive. Oh, Pump gave out on your AIO, yikes. So you got that swapped out. That's good. What's up, Showtime? How's it going? Now I'll wait for the ninjas. Yeah. What is that, Lone Vaquero? Is that something that you should be putting in a public chat? Is that identifying information of any kind? I doubt it, and people probably ask, but can we pay a little more to get a white case? The reason, Cynex, that... okay, look. Alexander PCs is a boutique builder. If you reach out to TJ, admin, which is admin at alexanderpcs.com, talk to him about it. I can't tell you yes or no, but look, it's TJ. He wants happy customers. The only thing about it is, like, I don't think he has any of those cases in white. And part of the whole thing about it being the Legionnaire is that we used that case. So I don't know. I would reach out to him. Because it's Alexander PCs. If you go with the white case, he's going to want to use a white motherboard, a white GPU, white RAM. He just doesn't have that stuff for this build. It's just my Switch cereal. Okay, don't put that on here. I don't know why, but I don't think you should. Don't put serial numbers for stuff there. TJ is good people for sure. I mean, the thing is, I prefer white PCs, honestly. I think it looks nicer. It shows up better on camera, that's for sure. That's the reason I prefer that. But, well, here. This is the form that people fill out. And wait, where was it? This is the preference. If I zoom in, can you see this? Yes. Almost 70% of people prefer a black colorway over a white colorway, and that's not close. The whole point of this PC is for it to cater to as many people as possible, to be a good option for as many people as possible. So my preference didn't come into it. I mean, if I had my way, it would have been in something like the purple X50 from Height. Vaquero, just to remove that, okay? I'm gonna give you a quick timeout, okay? I just don't want that in the chat. And we'll see you back in just a bit, in about 10 minutes. That should remove your chats there. Yeah, you were saying that. Plus, with white PC parts, they tend to hold more of their value. Showtime, I don't think that's something that can be consistently shown, but maybe. Black is easier to get and keep in stock. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm not the only person that sees these numbers. So manufacturers produce a lot fewer parts in white, so they cost more. That's it. Really. Like, yeah, I guess maybe it could potentially hold its value better. I don't know about that. But you're going to have fewer buyers for that because, I mean, because this. Joyful Star says, I'm going to get my PC from Micro Center. Very close. Cool. Okay. Just one thing I found out recently, guys, and this I don't know if how many locations this is going to be true for, but at least I know for Santa Clara Micro Center, their same-day build fee does not get you a same-day build. It's actually apparently 2-3 days at least because they don't have enough builders and they're not hiring more. And the price does not change based on that. It's still $250 same-day build fee. So keep that in mind if you're getting a custom PC from Micro Center. Anyway, so right on. Let's keep going. Oh, this track is awesome. Okay, okay, Angry Beaver. Okay. I think Lone Vaquero gets it. Very true. I'm just a simple guy. I don't care for the part colors, just the frame. If that's the case, then yeah, just reach out to TJ. See what he says. Ask for the same case, but in white. Yeah, go for it. I mean, the worst he can do is say no. Like, for this one, it's a special edition. We're only doing this, like this and that. Special editions are all supposed to kind of match each other in a way, but it is a boutique builder, so yeah. Okay, so I'll have to remember that for this. That my coupon code will not apply. This is still a good deal, though. $1,200 from a boutique builder for an entry-level PC plus gaming monitor plus keyboard and mouse. All of that all together. And some really nice features like Wi-Fi 7, 5 gig LAN, all that stuff. Yeah, this is really solid. So that's going to be There we go. Here. I always forget. Is it one word, stints built? I believe so. No, it's 2 words. Get it right, dude. I didn't even include this one. Hold on. Let me put my tag on the end of this one. I'll be probably going in and putting more information here. Let's see. What do we got at 1,500? Where should we look for that? We should try to look elsewhere to find more stuff. That was a good transition. Very smooth. Thank you. Like, I'm not a huge fan of... I'm usually way more into OBS than any other streaming software, but... Meld is something I used a while back, and I'm kind of stuck with it unless I want to rebuild everything in OBS again. But yeah, the one good thing about it is these transitions are super smooth and really nice to use. And it's way less work than working with plugins, but the work in OBS is worth it because you can really do kind of whatever you want, as long as you get the right free plugins, like the ones from my buddy Finite Singularity, who is amazing at making plugins, and it gives them away for free. Anyways. I have to remember, though, now I have to look at a different camera when I'm in desktop mode or whatever. I have to do that again. It's been a while. Okay, so let's see. I guess I should look at iBuyPower, but I really want to bring... I mean, I'm already going to be looking at one high-volume seller. I want to bring more to other SIs if I can. Let's see what Meta PCs is doing. They made it Black November. I don't like that. But let's see. Oh, they have one for $900. 12400F, RX 6600, 16 gigs DDR5 5600. Huh. And they have it in... Is that... Yeah, it's in white. They have it in black and in white. Let's find out if... Is my code even working with them right now? 950 with a 5050. Or 950 with a RX 7600. Okay. This could bring back the $800-900 build. Yikes. What do you mean 1850 with no GPU? What are we talking about? Wow. All right. Okay. Is Ironside still good? Yeah. Yeah. I've reached out to them multiple times, and they have ghosted me because the person who I used to talk to there no longer works there. So the new person who's there just doesn't think I'm important enough to respond to, I guess. I guess they're talking to all the other pre-built content creators out there. Let's see. 9060 XT, 16 gig, 7600X, 32 gigs, DDR5 6000. Are they really putting their name this big on the PCs? I like this because it's color matched. I mean, that looks sick, but that stands out a lot. I mean, it looks like it's a vinyl you can just like scratch off, so that's good, but it's like, see, putting it in red or in green, what if they don't like that color? Like, does this color, is this somehow some RGB vinyl? What is this? Okay, that's not bad. I get it. For, yeah. Okay. Well, 2 terabyte Kingston Gen 4 M.2 could mean an NV3, which is why we put the actual KC3000 name on the storage. 850 watt gold PC, same. It's a nice case. It's a nicer case, to be clear. Asus Tough Gaming X870P, X870-P, or X870 plus Wi-Fi, whatever. Let's look this thing up real quick. It's not bad. But on the AMD side, I think we have the motherboard beat pretty clearly. It does have benefits of being a newer board, like Wi-Fi 7 and USB 4. But in terms of overall I/O, most people aren't using USB 4 to its full extent, and won't use it like that. But 7800X3D, 5070 Ti, 32 gigs DDR5 6000. We probably have better storage, and the Legionnaire is cheaper. $24.98 before my $50 discount. This is why Meta needs to do a collab PC with me too. Because look, Meta PCs is good people. They have solid support. They're the ones who, when light gaming PCs shut down, they picked up all those warranties. Nobody asked them. Nobody told them they needed to. It's all at their expense. They're good people. I know those guys. In fact, like I was talking with TJ for like a while about how great they are. But this is not a great deal. It's not that good of a deal. I think some of their pricing might be a little out of hand. So I would really need to hunt for a good deal here. And I feel like this is pretty good, actually, all things considered. Let's take a better look at it. I mean, yes, it's a 12400F, but that is still a really good CPU for game. Not really good. It's still a capable CPU for gaming at 1080p and of any I mean, especially once you take the CPU more out of the equation. I wouldn't run it a 5080 with it or a 5090 with it, but because then it will start to pull back on that performance for sure at but particularly at 1080p. But let's take a good look at this thing here for 900 bucks. Let me see if my discount would work with this. Oh, also comes with a 1-year warranty versus a lifetime warranty. Let's try my code. See if my code works. I think what might be happening here. What is this? What happened? Why do I have 2 of these in the cart? What? AMD is not going to support the 6600 card anymore. That's not entirely true. They did clarify. That's not true. It's just going to have like lower priority on support. And they're still selling them brand new. That's not a Meta PC's problem. That's an AMD problem. The code works, but it just takes off $17.98. Like this compared to which one was it? Not that. Not that. This. Coming in at like $80 more. This is way more computer. But then again, it's Skytech. They're way higher volume. I'm glad to see though. Well, let me look at the detailed specs a little bit more. See all specs. 1 terabyte M.2, 650 watt power supply. I don't like that they call it a Meta power supply. I don't like that. It should just be a regular power supply. Also, this has 16 gigs of RAM versus 32. B760M with Wi-Fi. It is an MATX case. Yeah. I was really trying to look at ones that are around $1,500. I'm trying to find my $1,500 deal. Also, thank you, Meta PCs, for actually having your sort by default to price from lowest. That's awesome. So let's look around the $1,500 mark. $1,599, 9060 XT, 16 gigs, 7600X, 32 gigs, 6000. I feel like this is not going to be the killer deal I'm looking for. All right. We're going to check Starforge real quick. I can't filter by price. Okay. I can't sort by price from low to high. I have no control over how I'm browsing this. I'm just gonna have to look for the price and see what we get. I guess $16.99. I mean, that's $9.79. Why is nothing just straight up 1,500 bucks? Ooh, they're using the BF360. That's awesome. It's perfect for a workstation PC. That's awesome. You love to see it. You know what? Why don't I just do this? Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to do something real quick. Poof, and then he disappears. But that doesn't look good because of chat looking like that. So I got to change that real quick. Give me a second. There we go. So I can just do that whenever I need to. Yeah. Okay. That works. I did use the Intel tuning tool to get a little more out of my CPU. Nice. All right, 1 second, guys. Okay. Speaking of Black Friday deals, Costco had a QM6K for $496 Canadian for 55-inch. About $380 US, which is wild for a QD mini LED. Interesting. Lone Vaquero said E. What? Welcome back, Vaquero, by the way. Tanmay, what's up? As I understand, AMD will give support if market forces demand it. Then Hub's tweet will get a reply that they will give game-ready updates for 2 specific games that are recently released. So I feel like PR is at play. Actual execution will tell the real story. I just, honestly, it's one of those times where AMD absolutely fails. It's an absolute failure from them. Okay, I like that. That sounds cool. But it's just a small form factor of PC. Okay. There's nothing that is right there at... I mean, there's a $1,400 PC and a $1,750. No $1,500 PC here. I would really like to say, yeah, go for Starforge at some point. It's just every time I'm trying to do something in relation to them, it's just not quite fitting what I'm looking for. Let's look at the Sentinel. That looks insane. That looks crazy, but it's the Sentinels, I guess. Is that an esports team? Probably. Oh, I know what I might be able to do. Hold on. What if I go to something that is under the price, like the Elite, and it has a tier up? No, it's 1,400. Okay, well let's look at this. This is the one that I have for pre-built rebuilt, by the way. Not this version, but yeah. 7600X, 5060 Ti, 16 gig. 16 gigs DDR5. Hey, it's just not that impressive for this price point. Yeah, but I mean, $1,400. It's not bad either. It's 5060 Ti, 16 gig. It's just that RAM. 16 gigs of RAM at that price. I would normally say, hey, just upgrade it to 32. Yeah. That would add another, you'd be spending $300 on that. This is a nice PC, to be clear. It is a nice PC. we'll keep this one in mind. I don't know why I still have this on here. Let's get rid of that. Bye, NZXT. Sorry, RGB custom PCs. All right, I guess we'll check. No, see, my code wasn't working with Ironside, and they were not responding to get it fixed. So I'm like, all right, bye. See what Paradox is doing. It doesn't even mention Black Friday. That's usually right on the front page. I don't see anything talking like the whole point of this video is to be like Black Friday deals. I could probably just like text Arpit and see what he's doing for Black Friday. It just might not be up yet, which just makes it difficult for me because I can't show it then. Let's see what this one comes with by default. 7600X, 5060 Ti, 16 gig, 32 gigs of RAM. This is in the Corsair Frame 4000D, but it comes with Be Quiet Light Wings fans, B850 Gaming X motherboard. The thing that I always like about Paradox systems is that it's never like, it's not just about like, unless maybe it's like the most entry level PCs. In almost all of their PCs, you're going to see that they don't just use. I mean, it's the whole thing of a boutique builder. They don't use basement, you know, they don't use bargain bin parts on any of them. Yeah. That's a good 1080p system. The 5060 Ti though, 1440p, it can do 1440p just fine all day long. But the 16 gig one. It's much more powerful than the 3060 Ti. 8 gig back in the day, and that thing was a surprising 1440p performer. This one is more powerful than that. It can definitely do 1440p easily. It's just how do I include this in the Black Friday video? Well, it's down from 1640 to 1445. They're just not calling it Black Friday. And look at how they describe all the parts you're getting. That's awesome. Okay, we're including this at the $1,500 price point. Y'all got to understand what a luxury the 32 gigs of RAM DDR5 6000. What a luxury that is. It's crazy to think about. But I like this. I like this system. I think this is pretty solid, for sure. Like it's not just like, you know, the cheapest fans possible. It's Be Quiet Light Wings. These are really nice. They're a little quieter. They're good. They're good fans. The air cooler is going to perform well in this situation here with the front intake, rear exhaust. I think this is going to be good. And you don't have, like, Paradox knows what they're doing. They're not packing the top of this with exhaust fans, which is going to take the fresh air that comes in here and just exhaust it right out the top before it even gets to the CPU cooler. Like, they know how to build a PC. So yeah, we're including this for the 1500. What we might do is like see, I don't want to undercut every boutique builder I look at But if I have options that are price to performance in each of these situations, it's probably a smart thing to do in terms of like saying, hey, here's an option if all you care about is CPU, GPU, really, if you just want that. But it's going to, like, these companies need that spotlight. They need that right now because it's so hard right now. I've already got a Skytech gaming system in here. And what I can do is at the like $3,000 or $3,500 price point, there'll be something with like a 5080 or 50, maybe even a 5090 in there. I don't know. 5090s are on the same list right now as RAM and storage. 5090s jumped up in price. Not the rest of the 50 series, just those. 2026, we are going to see, by the way, 2026 will bring a GPU shortage. It's coming. It's going to happen. Maybe for like the first 6 months of like the same thing that happened in 2025. The first 6 months of this year, it was all GPUs were just hard to get. Have you seen RAM Maker's stock ticker over the years? It looks like a linear line. Oh yeah. What's up, TJ Sparks? Sorry to see that you took your message down, but hi. If you were saying hi, hello. Is that a similar issue if I have side intake fans and okay, Showtime, it does not count for an AIO because if the fans are going through the radiator, they are cooling your CPU. I mean, if the air is going through the radiator, it's cooling your CPU. What I was saying is that with an air-cooled CPU, the air has to make it over here. With an AIO, your radiator's all along the top. So yeah, fresh air comes in here and goes right out the top. That's cooling your CPU. That's okay. No, I'm not frustrated. CyberPower looks like they have a reasonable pre-built, but I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. Ghost Pwn or CyberPower should be no one's cup of tea. They're buying into a terrible ownership experience if they're going with CyberPower, and I'm not going to support that. None of us should. If you've heard me rant about it a lot, yeah. Let me take a look at iBuyPower since you made me think of that. Let me take a look at iBuyPower. Guys, if I'm firm about something, don't read that as frustrated, please. I'm not. Okay, shop now, Black Friday deals. Let's take a look at what we got here. Can I not sort this by price? No. God, to me, this is such a mess. This doesn't look good. It's just, it's kind of hard for me to parse this. I can't imagine if you're new to PCs trying to look through this because there's like so many different categories. Just list it out, man. Ooh, God. Okay, that's so sick. The freaking Gundam Wing Y70 Touch Infinite. I just want to look at this real quick, okay? It's so freaking sick. You're spending a lot on the aesthetics, but like, damn, the aesthetics. The thing is, you're blocking your internal components with this. There's no doubt about that. But the fact is, if you wanted matching Gundam internal components, you would be a generation or two back in hardware, because that was a little while back, and you would be spending a lot more. Overall, this is a 9000 X3D and a 5070 Ti, and it is $2,700. But good Lord, that is a thing of beauty. Yeah, it's just Asus that make Gundam parts, but not anymore because now Height is making a Gundam case. What power supply goes in this? 850 watt, high power, 80 plus gold, PCIe Gen 5, non-modular. A non-modular power supply in a $2,700 PC. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about high volume sellers and the things you need to look out for. Like, if you ever go in to do mess with the cables in this thing, there's going to be a bunch of power supply cables that are just in there. They're just not going to come out. You can't do nothing about it. Putting that in this system is a freaking crime, dude. Also, they put... Okay, sure. Tiny images. That's helpful. Thank you. Look at this. iBuyPower made these... Look, if you're going to copy Lian Li's Infinity fans, just don't. If you're not going to go all the way, don't do it. This looks bad, IMO. The tiny little infinity mirrors, like on Lian Li fans, they look huge. They're like the whole side of it. And they're not going to do reverse flow fans in here? What a waste of a beautiful case, though. Like, I just want the case. Just give me the case. Look, by the way, if y'all ever doubt my trustworthiness when it comes to talking about brands that I've worked with, iBuyPower is they may be, I think they're the first company to ever reach out to me. First SI to ever reach out to me when I was at like 7K subscribers, 6K subscribers, something like that. And that has never, like, I know them. I've toured the place. I know the people at iBuyPower. That just makes me hold them to a higher standard. And this ain't it, Chief. This is the actual build. Joyful Start, you've never heard of Meta PCs? Really? I guess you don't watch much, like, I don't know if you watch YouTube Shorts or any of that, or TikToks or whatever. I guess maybe PC stuff isn't in your algorithm because they make a ton of great content. Meta PCs is really good about content. Case is $500. Yes, they of course. Height is a case company. We're looking at iBuyPower right now. Yes, Height owns iBuyPower. It's a sister company, whatever you want to call it. And that's usually a good sort of symbiotic relationship there. But man, I mean, this isn't bad. But it just makes me question like everything. Like, I like the fact that this is $2,200 and it comes with 2 terabytes of storage. Good. I bet if I go look at the power supply, I'm not going to like it. Oh, I got to go lower. Got to go farther down. Power supply, non-modular power supply. They're using these in a lot of things. Now, are these reverse flow? I don't care about the power button. I know it's cool. Are these reverse flow? Or are they running all exhausts a la CyberPower PC right now? I can't tell if these are reverse flow or not. Ooh, hold on. Look at the gap between the frame and the fan blades. That is I don't know if I'm wrong about this or if I'm seeing things, but is that like a huge gap? Is that just me? Rurutu, I believe they did release them in the US. TJ Sparks, you're back and forth at the moment. Okay, all good. Damn, like that. If they're not using the same fans on the AIO. I think they're using the fans that come with it, which is fine. But like that is terrible for static pressure. Not that it matters here. This is an airflow setup. I mean those are for airflow, and you got 3 of them. But also, I don't know if these are reverse flow fans. You figure if iBuyPower has reverse flow fans, they would have used them here. What? You figure they would have used them right there, right? God, these look terrible from the back. They look really bad. Because these are their sort of Infinity Mirror copies. If you look right here, you can tell. Yeah. If they have reverse flow, why not use them on the freaking Gundam PC, man? Yeah, I wish I could see this with the PC turned off so I could see the blade profile. I cannot. Also, a 240 millimeter AIO for a 9800 X3D is... There you go. That's what that is. I need to get sort of in the flow for that to happen faster, but yeah. Hold on, I gotta check something real quick. What was the last code? Michelle, you're saying that is nice, but about the Gundam case, because it is. Or just eat more beans. Thank you, Lux. I suspect no white reverse flow fans for some dumb reason. That is a really dumb reason, because the difference is going to show more in white PCs, I feel. Oh, Showtime, you were asking about what kind of cases will be shown at CES or Computex. CES, I'm interested in, but cases you're going to see a lot more at Computex. CES this past January was where I first saw the Tower 600 in Future Dusk. So obviously there's a lot of case stuff there too, but yeah. Yeah, Corsair fans are going to be expensive. That's what they're going to do. It can do it on 240. Yeah. No, and not just a thick one. I mean, it can do it. There's an eco mode for the 9800 X3D, but I doubt they have that set up here. No, iBuyPower, I feel, has just been... I feel like they were going in the right direction. I wonder if they have anything with the X50 yet. I bet they do. I see some results here. If there's a purple X50 PC, I kind of have to recommend it, don't I? But they wouldn't do that. Yeah, they're not going to do that. Okay, that's clean. That's clean as hell. But guess what? Guess what? Wait, what? Oh, you can customize it. So the X50 is in the customizer. Oh! The Taro X50 is in the configurator. And so is the freaking Y70. Natty the Panda, what's up? As someone with only an extremely tiny passing interest in building PCs that got in this stream by total happenstance, I'm going to be 100% honest. All RGB fans look the same to me. Okay. Natty, that's fair. That is fair. the thing is, once you're sort of staring at it for a while, once you own it, once you have it, you might kind of be like noticing it a little bit more. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just excited that that this case, which if I could just stop traveling for a bit and reply to a freaking email, I could have one of these on my build table right here and be building my purple PC with my purple motherboard that I have, and everything would be great. But I can't reply to a freaking email because I keep forgetting until I look at the case or get reminded of the case. I'm awful at communications, and I got to tell you, that was one of the things that sucks about being a content creator is you wear a lot of hats. And why would I wear any hats? Why would I hide this beautiful bald head with all the work I put into, putting the automotive wax on it every morning, all that, bringing out the orbital buffer. Anyways, but I'm not good at communicating. It's a problem. Thank you, Asteri. Thank you, I think. That's a truth bomb right there. I have RGB fans because they came with a pre-built, and I could not tell the difference between these and literally any other RGB fans. You know what, Natty? That is awesome because it will save you money. It will save you money. This is one of those hobbies that if you get too into it, you waste money. You do. You do. You really kind of have to see them side by side. Heavy is the head that wears the hats. Lon, look. What's up, Astral? How's it going? You become a content creator. You have to... You have to be a lot of different jobs. It's a lot of different jobs at once. Social media manager, marketing, graphic design, copywriting. And I don't mean copywriting, I mean writing copy, okay? That's every time you have to put a description on a video, you have to think about that. It's published. So you're publishing that. Concept, coming up with video concepts, video production, camera work, all of that, lighting, audio, video editing. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of things in one. Anyways, and communications. You're also a content creator manager. Yourself. That's why some content creators get a manager. So I think maybe I should try to put a PC together with this at around $1,500. What do you say, chat? Oh, that looks insane. Oh, wait, what? Look at all the white components in here. I switch it to the white case and it just gets rid of that. What do you mean? Anyways, let's try to throw together a purple PC. Why don't they have the height color matched fans? That's crazy. Oh my God, look at this. What if you add these in there? That'd be pretty cool. It wouldn't work for me. I don't think it would work for me, but it's going to color match to the case. That's crazy. Anyways. So this is a 9800X3D. That's going to push this too high up. We're going to go 9700X on that. That'll drop the price down by... actually, it's $50 off, so it's a $116 difference. That's not a lot, actually. Anyways, we'll keep going. I actually like this cooler, but I thought they made a version that has RGB in it. Now, again, I'm not saying you have to have specific fans, but it's funny you say that because back when I was doing a software development internship, my favorite part was writing emails. I just like writing emails. I genuinely don't know if that makes me a weirdo, but I assume it does. It doesn't, honestly. Okay, there's one thing. I like typing. That might make me weird. Yeah, Gary, I do know they make a red case as well. Yes. I don't know if that makes me weird, but I like typing. It's just bringing myself to do it. I'm not good at like stopping what I'm doing and being like, I should send this email. I get hyper focused on stuff. I'll say one of the nice things about this case is you have front intake that brings fresh air, and it'll go directly into the side exhaust radiator, which will help cool your CPU really well. Because you don't have the top exhaust. So you have bottom intake and front intake. Bottom intake's going to help cool your GPU. Front intake's going to really help cool your CPU. The cooling on this case should be really good. Exceptionally good. Really can't wait to get my hands on one and test it. I know that Gamers Nexus already did all that. I really want that AIO to have. Let's go with this Cooler Master Elite. That's a really nice looking AIO. Has RGB fans. It's going to be really solid quality. Cooler Master makes good stuff. Okay. We got to get the price down, though. I bet their RAM prices they were already kind of ridiculous. So they have some cushion on that, but we'll leave it as it is. 32 gigs, DDR5 6000. What do we have for our GPU selected here? 5070 Ti. I don't know if we can get this down far enough. 5060 Ti 16 gig. Pretty solid. But that's only $90 less than a 5070. $85 less than a 5070. Because 5060 Ti 16 gig is $50 off. 5070 is $100 off. Actually, you could actually grab the Founders Edition for $5 more. That's pretty dope. Not gonna lie. But let's go with that. No. They had an MATX motherboard in here? Are y'all actually crazy? Let's go with this Asus B650E Max in white for $12. $12! Are you crazy putting this thing? You would see that MATX lameness in there 100%. Let's go with this. I'd love to go with the Pro Ice, but we're trying to pull the price down. I know I just went up $12. Okay, I know that. Non-modular power supply again. What are y'all doing, man? See, that sucks because then the price is going to go up. This is what I talk about when I say it's all CPU and GPU, and they just don't care about the other stuff to get the prices where they're at. It's so frustrating. Like, I can't sign off on that. And they wanted you to use a 750 watt power supply with a 5070 Ti. I'm not going to recommend that. It should be 850 or higher. Maybe MATX and ATX cases is to save space. How would that save space? It's just going to be empty space there. Like, it doesn't help anything, unfortunately. Not sure if it is a thing, but I feel like it should be because my mind feels just right. But scheduling emails should be a thing. Like, hey, I'll write this email, send it automatically at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. Or whenever, you feel me? Like, responding to all emails when the 3 a.m. motivation strikes. God, that's me. Okay. And scheduling them to be sent at the same time. That's actually not a bad idea. Not at the same time, but scheduling them to be sent out. Visible, what's up? I hope that's right, because otherwise it's Vixixable. So I'm pretty sure you mean visible, right? But what's up? Yeah, MATX in ATX cases is not to save space. It is to save money. And it's not a good choice, IMO. I'm suddenly less enthused about this. At least it's a pretty solid drive. Like, there's better ones. Like, you got to look for red. Whenever you're looking at these, you look for orange or red. Like, the orange is going to be these things. But if you look for red, it's going to be red text. And this right here, you could pay $10 more, get a much faster drive with the 1 terabyte 990 Pro, but then you get a free upgrade to 2 terabytes. The 990 Pro is much faster than the P3 Plus. I don't think the P3 Plus has onboard DRAM cache. So faster, more consistent, $10 more. Like, you're going from up to 5,000 megabyte per second sequential read speeds to 7,450 megabyte per second sequential read speeds. Write speeds also improve by a lot. 4,200 goes to 6,900. Nice. But still, we're not going down in price. What if I make this thing like 2,500 with really good parts? Because we have a space for that. And we just keep finding things that have discounts on them. Like this 850 watt Seasonic focused V4 GX850, right? Fully modular, white PSU. You're not going to see that, but the cables will be white. And that'll look nice without having to buy cable extensions. And it's $83 more, but it's $30 off. We're going from 750 watt non-modular high power, which high power builds power supplies for the big name brands. Okay, that's fine. But we're going up 100 watts, and that means we can throw the 5070 Ti back in there. We can go 9800X3D to fit in the budget. We upgraded to the kind of drive I'd want to see in here for $2,500. We can go to the Gigabyte Aorus Pro Ice, which is a huge upgrade on the motherboard from what it had. I mean, it's going to look gorgeous, so we could do that. Or we could leave it on this one, which is just okay. But the I/O on this isn't terrible. It's not bad. It's just not what I would do for if you were like wanting to stream as well. So let me see what this one's got in terms of I/O. At least it's got USB 4 and Wi-Fi 7. I mean, the I/O is just, it's still, if you're just gaming, it's fine. It's fine. You have USB 2.0 and then 3 USB 3.0 and then 1 USB 3.2 Gen 2 and then 2 USB 4s. But this guy right here is also not great. Gigabyte fell off in this generation in terms of I/O. I'm not going to lie. It's not great. But you get, let me see, is this 10? Okay, why is this so zoomed in? What is happening? We are 250% zoomed in. 2.5 gig? Okay. Yeah, Gigabyte fell off hard when it came to I/O. That's really unfortunate. I mean, it is a gorgeous motherboard, though. Like, beautiful. Damn. And Natty, don't come in saying, like, I don't care. I can't tell motherboards apart. I know. It's okay. It's all right. Like, I look at a lot of these things. Well, Alucard, see, to me, that space is kind of, that $2,000 space is occupied with the Brazion Air. And that one, you can throw the 5070 Ti into it for a couple $100. Like, it comes out to $2,250 or something. And then you have 4K gaming all day long. So that space, I think, is kind of taken. Yeah. Yeah, the I/O is not that great on this motherboard. Gigabyte, why do y'all do this? Why did y'all do this generation? It's so bad. But it's the only white motherboard. I think white looks good in this, personally. You can just kind of mix it. I think, honestly, this would be fine. And it saves $185. This used to update. It doesn't do that anymore. That's unfortunate. Wow. Okay. Well, let's try this, I guess. No, see that now we're stuck with an 850 watt power supply then, and it's too much. It's too high. Still 5080 and a... We could make this the $3,000 PC. With that. Before discount. I still have to record a video. It's 11:14. The Gigabyte X670 version of that does both since it's one chipset for the I/O. The purple ASRock board would look sweet in this case. That's what I'm going to build when I get the case. I have that board just for this build. I don't even know if I'm going to leave it in there. I want to just build the thing. But I still have an unburnt out 14700K, or they did send me a 13900 non-K that came from PC World along with the board. And either of those would be great for like a streaming PC if I want to reuse this one in another way. I don't know. We'll see. So white 5080, 9800X3D. We can bump it up to 1,000 watts. See, we have the MSI Ventus 3X OC in white right there. It is almost $300 less than the Gigabyte Aero OC. And it's almost $400 less than the Gigabyte Aorus Master 5080. Like that's a great deal on the MSI one. And then we go up to a 1,000 watts RM1000E for $39. Or we can go the Seasonic one. Actually, another sale. This one's $26 more for that same Seasonic Focus V4. But this is a GX1000. Let's go that route right there. So basically, the whole premise of this is I'm finding all the sale stuff and putting that together in a $3,000 PC, then applying my discount if it still works. Let's find out. Someone told me recently that my code was still working for custom PCs, just not ready systems. Really wish there was an orange one for the other live mixer. I'm fine that there isn't Alucard because I don't like that one. The Aero and Aorus Master are beautiful, though, but you pay for it. Yep, they are gorgeous. 100%. TJ had an Aorus Master 5090 at the shop, and I was like, oh. 750 watt will work, may not be perfect. Yeah, I tend to have a little extra in there. Wait, there's a fully modular option for 39 more, I guess. My favorite AIO is the ID Cooling FX360 lineup, to be honest. I think this one's going to look good in here. It's going to work really well. Man, looking at you work with this stuff really makes me wish I put half as much effort when I got this computer. I'm pretty sure I got scammed to hell. Oh, well, okay. Natty, that's the thing. What I normally do here, I call it PC matchmaking. People will fill out... Actually, I should go here. People will fill out this form right here, which asks all the questions that I usually have to like drag out of people, where they're like, hey, what's the best pre-built for this price? And I have to be like, okay, all right, that's the, or they don't give me a budget. What's the best pre-built? Okay. I have to be like, what's your budget? What are you going to use it for? Do you want it to be black or white or any other color? Like, do you want a lot of RGB? What resolution are you going to game at? What kind of games are you going to, all that stuff. And that then it goes into a spreadsheet where I can then help them one-on-one for free. Like that's mostly what I do on the streams. I recently started though doing on the Sunday streams. I changed it to where I record a YouTube video. It's just I've been doing a lot of research for this one because it's for Black Friday, and I still need to record the actual thing. But I have to. I'm gonna try to keep it not too long. Like each thing I talk about, I'm going to try to give it maybe 5 minutes on each system that I talk about. But yeah, no, that's the thing is I've been doing this for years, but your average person buying a PC does it once every 5 years, maybe every 4 years, whatever. So how do you keep up? Well, that's my job. That's what I do. It's what my YouTube content is based around, and that's what my streams are based on. I had to give up on gaming streams because it just there's a smaller part of the community that likes to watch those, but I'm not a gaming content creator, so I'm not known for that. But I will be doing some gaming streams with some friends coming up, sometime in the next couple months. But mostly, I help people with exactly what you said. I try to be the cure to buyer's remorse, basically. And there are some people in the stream who've been around a long time watching me do this. It means a lot to me that there are people who I've helped get a PC and then they just hang out anyway, because it's actually, the thing is, you'll pick up stuff as you're watching, and the next time someone around you is like, I'm looking for a PC, you're either going to be like, all right, you go to this guy's stream, he'll help you one-on-one to find the right thing. Or you'll be like, well, what are you looking at? What's your budget? And when you find the right PC for somebody who came in full of doubt or like option paralysis, and they come out like, I feel good about it. Yeah, this is perfect. Like, that is actually kind of hype to watch over and over, I think. I like to think that. That's what I tell myself. John Yatra, what's up? It is about passing on the knowledge. That's what I say. Half of the reason for learning something is so you can pass that on. I feel that way. Now, sure, there's a bit of the currency conversion side, considering I'm not from the US, I'm Brazilian. Oh, cool. But I paid the equivalent of $300 for a RX 550, a 4570, and 16 gigs of DDR4. Okay, which is the more I think about it, more like I'm like, I don't think that was worth it. The funniest part is this is an upgrade from my HD 6670 I used for like 8 years. Yeah, in Brazil, it can be hard to get parts out there, from what I understand. It really can. Showtime, you have fun watching, but you're a nerd and love PC parts and electronics. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, if you're not a nerd before you get here, you will be. That is a threat. Yeah, streams have been good. Okay, it's settled. I definitely love it here. MK Loomis, I'm happy to hear that. And this is where, like, the system that you bought, like, you got the collab PC, okay? You bought a PC where I did this, where I obsessed over everything. The motherboard, what CPUs we were going to have as options, what GPUs we were going to have as options, the storage. Yo! Oh, hold up. What? MK Loomis just subscribed for Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Let's go, nerds. 6 months in advance is crazy. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the Swarm again, because you've subscribed for 4 months, it looks like, but you did it for 6 months in advance. That's crazy. Thank you very much. FGN, what's up? By the way, Twitch viewers, you'll hear me, like, you're on the screen, yes, but you'll hear me talk to other people. That's YouTube chat, by the way. I love how I haven't cleaned my new PC for nearly 5 months and I can barely see any dust. It has no dust filters? Is it? Are you just not in a dusty area or dusty room? Okay, yeah. But what's up, FGN? How's it going? I can't hardly hear you. Can you not hear me? Is that a thing? YouTube guys, YouTube chat, can y'all not hear me? Gotta say the vibes in here are super chill. I agree with MK Loomis. Natty, I'm so happy to hear that. And being that you are a panda, chill vibes are what you're looking for, I imagine. Also bamboo, probably. I hope, assuming that is not problematic. And Showtime 94 just dropped a Prime sub. Let's go, nerds. Forgot to use it earlier. I'm glad you remembered. Thank you for that Prime sub. Y'all know I don't sit here being like, and I don't, by the way, think it's wrong for other streamers to be like, drop the sub, drop your Prime subs, and hey, like this and that, and they do things to with bits and all that. Like, that's awesome, because if you are entertaining to that person and they want to support you, those kind of reminders can be really helpful to have that as your livelihood. That's what it is. But I don't do that, because instead I like, you're coming here because you're about to spend a lot of money. And this is an expensive hobby to get into. PC gaming, or any PC usage, or PC DIY, if that's something that you want to pursue. It's an expensive hobby. So to support me, I don't want you guys to have to spend extra to support me necessarily. I appreciate it when you do, but I don't pursue that. You know what I mean? Instead, when you get your PC, I have these coupon codes to help out, so that do support me, and you save money instead of spending extra money to support me. And that's why we have it with a lot of different system integrators, a lot of different PC companies, so that I'm not locked into like one that I recommend all the time. There will be periods of time where one company is just offering better deals than all the rest. They're being more competitive than everybody else. And that's been like Skytech for a while, or whatever. But if that can change, that can shift, then I look for that kind of thing. But anyways, those who do support me in that way, thank you very much. It does mean a lot. Love the Prime subs. Don't let Bezos pocket your Prime sub money. Yeah, don't forget to use those. You can hear me now. Okay, well, I didn't change anything, Forest Gaming Network, I promise you. And Peckers, thanks for verifying. Talk about it, Spencer. Just bought upgrades for my PC and half of PC for my brother. Oh, you did do that. Okay. Yeah, well, that's a lot for anybody, Peckish. I use Amazon a lot since I don't drive, and they have better pricing on some items. They also usually have more stock of parts than Canada Computers seems to. Canada Computers is the vendor. Amazon can have other vendors on it. That's going to affect that. Also, Rurutu says hamburgers. Let me help you out with that. Hamburgers. There you go. I made that a little more epic for you. Oh, sorry, Jivan, I missed this earlier. I've been a nerd in building for decades. You still help me tune in my home server parts. I love that. Because, like, I get people, like, I'm someone who's been building for 25 years or so. Starting out with just modding the family computer and then building PCs, messing with PCs for that long. But there was a while where I had to step away from it. And when I came back, I was like, what the hell happened to my hobby? Whoa, this is crazy. So I get people who come in like that, who are like, I've been building PCs for a long time. I don't know what to get right now. I don't know what the metas are, like what the best stuff is. But yeah. Amazon and just sketch, man. All of it is stupid from my experiences. Unfortunately, if all people had were bad experiences with Amazon, they would not have taken over retail in the way that they did. That is the unfortunate truth. It's good for some things, but there are drawbacks. Exactly. But yeah, things have changed a lot. Okay, I gotta keep finding PCs so that I can record this YouTube video. Onware is going to be waiting for a video. So I was doing this. It's hard for me to do this because, guys, you gotta, like, I'm so tuned in to constantly responding to chat, like just being involved with chat. And it's difficult for me to not do that. I think we built a pretty good system here for the $3,000 system, which is a spot here on the list. Oh, hype train incoming. Cool. Thank you for that, guys. For those of you who did for Showtime and MK Loomis, thank you. Just the two of you started a hype train. I appreciate that. Yeah, I heard from people that Amazon is the only place they trust and it's insanely good, but I've just seen nothing but issues. I can't say the same, honestly. I haven't really had that whole nothing but issues situation, but I don't know if it's different in the Upside Down over there in Australia. Javon says, it's not a blanket thing now. Walmart and Newegg are just like Amazon in that they have listings fulfilled by random sellers. True. And just like Amazon in that they have listings fulfilled. Oh, I don't know. Sorry. I just reread that whole line. And that's sort of where the quality tanks in my experience. You do have to look at who's selling it and who's shipping it. Like one thing I don't know that caught me off guard, because again, extremely casual about this. Only thing I know about PC parts is that there's NVIDIA, Intel, and AMD, and that tech bros constantly ruin things for people trying to build computers. That naming conventions are a thing, like graphics cards with names ending in 50 are entry level, 60 is like, I don't know, more powerful, and 70 is the top of the line in that specific line of graphics cards. 90 actually. Before the 30 series, it was 80. But yeah, so you have like the 5080 is way up there, but then there's a 5090 that's like twice the price and double the VRAM, and it's really not just for gaming systems. It's if you want to do like Blender as well, or if you're trying to do AI stuff. Yeah. So you basically have like you have that real just that general. You've dipped your toes into it, is what it is. And yeah, that's a start for sure. I don't know about tech bros constantly ruining things for people trying to build. Oh, you mean like tech bros as in the tech bro CEOs and the AI stuff are ruining things for people who just want to build PCs or buy PCs. Yes. And we're right in the middle of it right now. Like I did a video about this the week before last where I talked about RAM prices. And it's like, it's almost reaching an exponential right now in terms of like, if you look at charts a lot, it's just been like this. And it's just the chart I was looking at, the line literally went off the chart in that. But it's because AI data centers are being built and they're buying up all the RAM, and the RAM manufacturers are like, we make more money off of data center RAM, off of enterprise memory, server memory. So we're going to make more of that. And we're running out of ICs. Like we're running out of chips for RAM. So like there's a shortage, and there's like, and that's also affecting storage. And then it's going to affect GPUs next year. And it's going to be a rough start to 2026, 100%. So yes, you're right on with that. You're on point with that. I need more stuff here. Wait, the paradox system. I didn't put the paradox system in. Okay. The chart. This thing would look better if I had. So I did have a $1,500 system. $1,455. See, I don't know, because the Legionnaire also can be a $2,500 system that is really, really good. Because if you go 9800 X3D and 5070 Ti, like the two systems that we built on the live stream the day before yesterday, it comes out to $2,498 before the $50 off. With that awesome motherboard, with the great storage, the power supply, the 2 terabytes of very fast storage. Yes. I think they even maxed out the RAM though, which adds up because it's RAM pricing right now. That brings up to $2,698. But if you do 32 gigs, yeah. Pay attention to who's selling and their ratings. Like I've been doing on eBay for like 25 years now. It's usually not a problem. True. I'm happy, although you can buy good ratings. You can buy the services of people who have bot farms that can put in good ratings and reviews for you. I'm happy I got use out of my old 2070 Super. Crashes with games, but the AI usage seems unaffected. Interesting. Can't sell it in good conscience. Yeah, like, I feel dumb now for getting a 550 thinking it can't be that much different from a 570. I try not to beat myself up over it, even though I did spend a considerable amount of money on something that could have been better. The thing is, you can't beat yourself up for not knowing something that you didn't yet know. Like, that's just how that goes. I get people in here all the time. In fact, I had someone earlier who came in and said, "Hey, is this company good?" And I was like, no, they're not good. And they're like, okay, cool, because I just bought a computer from them. And I'm like, ask a question, then spend the money, or don't. So, but yeah, that's the thing is like, you don't know what you don't know. There's tons of stuff I still don't know, but I'm mostly aware of the things that I'm lacking in. That's one of the things you gain with experience. You start realizing all the things you don't know. So based on the scrolling text on top of that page, they're really thinking 4 to 5 weeks for this build since it has a 50 series in it. What? That might be a holdover from earlier in the year. Honestly, I don't think they have that problem right now. I'll talk to TJ about maybe adjusting that. MK Loomis, you should be fine. Because essentially, I'll tell you this. Until December 1st, you're guaranteed to get your PC before Christmas. As far as I know. Unless, I mean, they... You know, stuff happens. They got hit by a huge storm that like tore off the like overhead doors and stuff in the warehouse. Like that stuff kind of stuff happens. That put them out of work for like 3 weeks. But you know, barring something like that, their cutoff date for getting it by Christmas is December 1st. You'll get it way before that. But yeah, Natty, that's the thing. Also, yeah, as people are mentioning, you can do upgrades and stuff. The problem is that platform, that socket, it's a dead platform at this point. But there's certain things that you can continue to use. Like if you have a solid power supply, you can use that. Your storage, if you have decent storage, you can carry that forward. Your case, if the case is pretty good, you can carry the case forward. You can just swap out motherboard and CPU and RAM as well. But the problem is the RAM right now. It's just really, really badly priced. It's more than double the price in almost every case. Can you change the fan colors? Yes. Yes, you can easily do that with a push of a button, Gary. I actually did it on this PC. Let me see. Let me pull up a clip of me doing that. Or did I do it with this one? I might have done it with this one. Because obviously I'm going to change it to purple. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry again. There we go. There you go. There's a little button down here that's on the case that allows you to change it. You should also be able to have it controlled with the motherboard by holding that button down for a while. Let me get that info and I'll get back to you on that. Yep, I did. Let me go back and just play that again because I was messing with my Stream Deck buttons a little too much there. I pressed the wrong ones. I was like, what is this default that it's on? I don't like it. I just pressed a button and nothing happened, but okay. So this PC is more for 1080. It's 1440p. If you go with the 5070 Ti, you can absolutely play pretty much any game in 4K as well. 9070 XT in 4K, not as good. The 9070 XT is going to be the 9070 XT in 1440p can actually beat the 5070 Ti in some things. I feel like the 5070 Ti, I believe it beats it in 4K though. In most games. There's going to be exceptions, always. And then the 5070 is more aimed at 1440p because of the 12 gigs of VRAM. That does make a difference. When I tested the 5070 in 4K, I ran out of VRAM. This was such a fun stream, though. Okay. Do you need 64 gigs for gaming for the future? Gary, I have no idea. If you play something like Escape from Tarkov that has memory leak issues, then it helps. But generally for gaming only, 32 gigs is going to take you pretty far. That was when I announced the winner there. Anyways, let me go back to where I was. I think it might be better to show this one because it doesn't have the streamer cables in it. I really let TJ handle this one because he was like, if I do it, we'll be able to do 2 PCs by the time we're done. Ooh, talking about storage. One thing I've been wondering ever since I got the PC, how much of a change in parts is a big enough change that you have to reinstall your OS so drivers and stuff don't mess up. The main thing I would say, like if you're going from like 4th gen Intel to the current Intel, you need to reinstall your OS. It's actually not a bad idea to install a fresh OS every now and then anyway, like every couple of years. As long as you you're not dependent upon certain things that you have in your operating system. That you have in certain programs where it's like, I have all my presets in this program. I might lose them and I don't know how to save them and just stuff like that. So anyways, what was I doing? Okay. I have that up so I can talk about how I went and built one. Whenever I get to the $2,000 PC, I'm obviously not going to talk about the Legionnaire that much. Other than to mention that that's a $2,000 Black Friday PC. So, okay. I did this. Let me see if I can get a code to work. A 9800 X3D and a 5080. Pretty nice for $29.95. Pretty nice. In this purple case, of course, because objectively the best color, obviously. Let me see. Summary. I'm going to save this real quick. If I share it, it's going to ask. Okay, it's just a link there. So we go to save, just so I can just. I mean, I could have done the same thing there, but. What are you doing? What? I just want to copy it. Why does it even have a thing where I can click that link? That's weird. Back. Okay. What happened to my build? Why is it $3,700? Thank you. What the hell? So that takes off $100 with BF month, but is it 05? Oh, 03. What was it? Yeah, none of them are working. What was my code before? Let me see. Look in the Discord real quick. Stop. Okay. Oh, we have 45 people in here right now on Twitch. That's nice. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. El Tirador, what's up? Damn, that RAM price really did skyrocket. It was a matter of minutes. Oh, yeah. Oh, I was going to say, if you're like not making a big upgrade from like one generation to another, like amount of years, but you're going from Intel to AMD platform, like Intel CPU to AMD CPU or vice versa, you should generally have a fresh OS for that. That's another reason to put in a new OS or install a new OS. Okay. I was opening Discord. There's my Discord. Hello. Okay. coupon codes. Channel is, where were you at? Coupon codes. Okay. Oh, there's no 0. It's just Bray 5. Okay. Yeah, it works. 5% off, baby. That brings the price down to $28.45. That's pretty decent. That's pretty decent for the way this thing is gonna look. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have a $3,000 PC. It's just discounted pretty well. Okay. 5% is on $3 grand. Yeah, that's pretty big. Yeah, I'm considering upgrading somehow next year, and depending on if Steam localizes the price of their Steam machine so it isn't just a straight conversion from USD to BRL. Whereas here in Brazil, I'm considering it. It's going to be a pretty interesting machine, and that would be an upgrade over what you have. Also, because I want to switch to Linux and SteamOS seems great. That's what I hear. Hi, Dr. Nick. Thank you for getting that, Anton. No one got it when I did it on stream 2 days ago. Oh, cool. I got the Intel 5070 Ti and 64 gigs of RAM setup. Nice. I just saw that because Showtime responded to it. I didn't see it before. Sorry. Yeah, Showtime. They just ordered it. It's a Bragenair. It just launched. So, okay. Let me see. This I have the link for it. So I go here. There. I love that the code is working because they were supposed to change the code every month and they just never changed that one. Yay. All right. Okay. I think for 2,500, I know it's kind of lame to do this, but I want to just put the Bragenair there too, but with the 9800X3D and the 5070 Ti. Like that. That's a solid deal at like 2450. What is it? 2498, 2448 after my discount code. So yeah. This spreadsheet that I'm going to share in the video description is going to have more details in it, including like the discount code you can use, all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, not for the Stints built one, but that one is pretty sweet, coming with the monitor, keyboard, and mouse and everything. So I'm going to do this. Okay, cool. That's just not going to work, I guess. Nope. There we go. Now, what do we do with 3,500? We're going to go back to Skytech, I think. Never mind. There's nothing in that price range. What do we have at 3,000? Never mind. Skytech, y'all okay? What's going on? What about 2,500? Let's just look at 2,500. Okay. Wait a second. Wait a second. I mean, I know a couple of these have a 5080 in it, and that's, well, this one's over. This one's like a couple $100 more. But that's a 7700X, and we don't know what motherboard. It's $150 off, though, like, to be real. But look at these that are the same specs, 9800X3D, 5070 Ti. Again, we don't know the motherboard. We don't know exactly what Gen 4 storage it is. It could be an NV3 with no onboard DRAM cache, yada, yada, yada. And these are more expensive before that discount. Like, I'm telling y'all, we're cooking with this thing. What's the RAM capacity, though? If it has 64 gigs, that's a big deal. Uh, 32 gigs, DDR5, 6,000. It's the Panorama 360. The Trex Panorama 360 is an expensive cooler. That is a pricey cooler. 850 watt gold ATX 3.0. Yeah, dude, we're like, other than the ones with the 5080, like that's obviously significant that it has a 5080 and those other ones. Like, we're cooking with the Bragenair. I'm telling y'all. They do have this one, though. Let's take a good look at it real quick, okay? 7700X, not the 9700X that we would use for the default, but a 5080, 32 gigs of RAM, 2 terabyte Gen 4, whatever that's going to turn out to be. A B650 motherboard. It's going to have, it's not the B650E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi. That is a masterpiece of a motherboard. But that 5080, that's a big deal. But to me, like I've said this plenty of times about the 5070 Ti. Between the 5080 and the 5070 Ti, you're talking about single digit, maybe 10% performance difference, the same amount of VRAM. And I mean, of course, that depends on the game. The performance difference depends on the game. Okay. I think that the 5070 Ti between the two is the better deal. But if you're trying to choose between the two, it's not a huge difference between the 5080 and the 5070 Ti. Which was a more significant thing before prices got more manageable. Because for a difference of $250, for some people, that's going to be worth it to get that 5080. Not going to lie, I seen you live and thought it was Tom Segura. Haas, that is crazy. No one has ever compared me to Tom Segura because we're both bald, old white guys with beards. But Tommy Buns is a handsome devil, so I'll take that as a compliment. And yes, people have said the Tom Segura thing a lot of times, just so you know. Also, Bald Jay's 2 cents. That one, Bald Timu Jay's 2 cents, is another one that I've gotten a lot of. Just in case you had that one ready to go. I don't even know who that is. Jay's 2 cents or Tom Segura? Tom Segura is a comedian. He's a very, very funny man. And clearly, handsome as all get out. Anyway. All right, so what do we look at for $3,000? Oh, we're not for $3,000, 3,500. I want to see what Starforge does at that price range. Let's just find out. They got solo leveling, though. That's so dope. I'm not showing you. Only I can see. You can't see this. I'm kidding. Sorry. Here we go. That's crazy. 2,300. There's probably different versions of it. Oh, there's a $5,300 one. Okay. But this one's 7600X and a 9070 XT. Not bad. Not great. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. It's not bad. And it looks insane. What's special about this? It's the case. This is a licensed case. The artwork is crazy. And Starforge does some of the coolest integrations like that. Like if you really like this anime, it's gonna be special to you. If you find that you're looking at this and you're like, then you won't see the value. Value is subjective, right? But also $2,300 and it has 1 terabyte of storage. And this is Starforge, so you cannot upgrade that. But what they do at Starforge is they'll do theming to where you can get matching desk mats, wall art, and then there's a plate lights. And this is something special for Starforge where you can't really see it that well here, but there's a special plate light, an illuminated piece of art in there, and you can swap them out for different ones. It's pretty cool. But this isn't really what I was looking for. But yeah, like this Terraria one is super dope. Like that's super cool. They have an old school RuneScape one, and these are all licensed. Like they get they have a Jujutsu Kaisen one. They have why didn't Nick tell me about this? He didn't mention JJK. What the hell? There's an old school RuneScape one, Terraria. They have Hell's Paradise. The free run one is beautiful. Gorgeous even. Speaking of terrariums, did you see the one that Ants Canada did? I did not. I genuinely do not watch anime like at all anymore. I thought solo leveling was like some kind of cool big deal related to leveling your PC build or something. No, it's an anime. It's an anime. I'm trying to find something that is $3,500. Why am I having difficulty with specific price points like this? Like it goes $2,800 to $5,000. There's something missing here, y'all. We have a $3,000 one here, and then $5,300. What's going on? Is there an upgrade here? Nope, goes right to $5,300. What is happening right now? Okay, let me look at the core specs. 5080, 265K. I like that combo. It's a really good combo. 64 gigs of DDR5. This is a pretty dope $3,000 PC. Not gonna lie, and it's all blacked out. There's no RGB in this thing. That's pretty sick. What's the rest of it say? What do we got? Did they go 850 on the power supply? I hope not. Oh, 850. They went 850. It's $3,000. And they went 850 on the power supply with a 5080. That could have been 1,000 watts easily. They have an A1000 GL. Just do that. Okay. The old adage of it's 2 or 200, no in between. Yeah. Free and solo leveling are going to be 2 I need to make with them. Yeah. I'm just frustrated right now because like I'm trying to find all these prices. Someone's going to come in. Someone's going to come in and say, I have that. What do I get? And I'm going to be like, nobody knows that nobody can do it. Like, look at the budgets. Like $3,000 to $3,500 is well, it's only 5%. Okay, that's not a lot of people, but it does happen. It does happen. Okay. Huh. Yeah, we did well with that iBuyPower PC because their O11 Vision here, 9800 X3D and 5080, with a lot of mismatched stuff. I mean, let's be real here, okay? I'm sorry. I know I'm jumping around. Let's be real here. If you're gonna go, like, if you're not gonna color match your fans and you're gonna put black fans in a white case, at least be consistent and have them on everything. Like this looks like a hot mess. It's not bad in terms of if you don't care about that. If you don't care about that, it's gonna be like, oh, it's a pretty good looking PC. Okay. But yeah, 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive, got it. And we know it's a high end one with the iBuyPower system. X870 motherboard, got it. And it's going to be a white motherboard. It's not going to clash in color like this one does. Also, this one's not purple, which is a huge detractor here. It's a huge downside to me. We also went with a 1,000 watt power supply. This you're stuck with an 850 watt. I think we have a perfectly great system from Skytech in the list. Like, we're good. I mean, my budget was $3,500 and I could get a great computer for like $2,500. That's $1,000 saved. I'd take it. That's a fair point. Am I even going to get to record this episode? It's late, man. It's already, this is the time I would usually end the stream, but like I need to record it. So let's take a look around and let's see what we've got. Like going up to 3,000 is not bad because anybody in looking at this PC could just upgrade stuff and bam, there's your $3,500 PC. Add storage, do whatever you want. But we have 6 systems to talk about. Well, no, actually, my bad. We have 5 because this is taking up a good chunk of this with a 2,000 to 2,500. Look, I'm sorry, guys. I'm very proud of this thing. Like, y'all got to see it versus competition. It does good. Okay. I think we did an outstanding job. Plus, I mean, freaking lifetime warranty, shipping included, custom cables, everything. Like, it's got it all. So I think we did really well with this. Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying, Natty. I do. But, like, it should be at least, like, a little bit obvious once I've at least pointed it out, right? Like, that's not my imagination. And the fact that you're using fans that are like black fans in here, they have black cables going across this white part here. It's a bit jarring to me. Skytech, to be clear, Skytech is awesome. Skytech has a really good reputation amongst the community for supporting community members who have bought PCs from them, and they offer outstanding value. What I'm saying, though, is that we did too, and there are some very specific ways in which, like... Oh, actually, this one I went with iBuyPower. But regardless, even our boutique build that we did is very close to this in terms of specs. 9800X, you can do 9800X3D and 5070 Ti for hundreds less, for like $400 less. And it's just not, I mean, obviously it's a 5080. 5080 and 5070 Ti should not be $400 apart, but here we are. Oh yeah, when you pointed out, it was obvious, but like I saw it at first, I went, huh, cool PC. What do you mean the fans are mismatched? Oh, yeah. I care about these things, so you don't have to. Okay. Think of it this way. It's like, oops, I didn't mean to press that twice. Okay. It's like if you had a friend, I sometimes, I don't know, I dress myself not great. Okay. It's like if I had a friend who was a fashionista being like, oh, honey, you wore those shoes with all that. Come on. And I'm just like, oh, Jesus, you're right. So I am your PC fashionista. That's what I am. But also I care a lot about performance and min-maxing what you get for your money and all of that, and making sure that you go with a company that's going to give you good support. I guess think of it that way. No, I mean, you don't have to, but like I would like it if you did. Okay. Let me close out some of these things we don't need. I am going to keep this one open to sort of compare the price at the $2,500 range. But I'm going to go back down to the base spec here just to show that. And I'll show all of these to show why I settled on... wait, what's this one? This is the one with the 5080. This one was a pretty good deal. But the 7700X... Once you get up to like a 5080, you will see a little bit of a difference between 7700X and a 9800X 3D. But... I don't know. Yeah, this one seemed the best to me for that $1,000 price point, or sub $1,000 price point. Okay, we'll have that open. I really need to get with Meta and sort of figure things out, because like there's some stuff on here where I'm just like, y'all's so there's a thing that happens with certain I don't know that this is the case, okay? But when you look at like GamerTech Toronto gained a lot of traction with their short form content. And I didn't look at them before, but I feel like it could be that their prices went up with the notoriety. I think that might be happening with Meta PCs. They're over 100,000 on YouTube now, and growing fast. They're well beyond that now, I'm sure. And even Zach on his own channel is over 100,000 subscribers. So like, I feel like that does gives like you're at that point, you're buying a brand, you're buying because of the content. And I don't know if that might be affecting it, but also, I mean, they move some volume, but they're still not like five-digit PCs per month. So they are still affected severely by the RAM prices and all that stuff. And that is probably hurting them here. I should probably mention this one. It's pretty nice. This one was what? 3,000. 265K, 5080. This Tomahawk Wi-Fi, Z890 Tomahawk Wi-Fi is a nice motherboard. I mean, it's the one that we used in the Bijan Air. Arctic, the Haven H18. Oh, the H18 fans. I'm sorry, 180 millimeter fans that are 40 millimeters thick. They're really nice. And H14 for the rear fan. 3 Arctic P12s for the AIO on the Arctic cooler. I wish I knew what storage this was. But the BF360 Flow is such a nice case. So I'll hold on to this one too. Maybe add it into the list. This was my $1,500 PC. Let me get back to this one here. I think this is no, that's not the right one. I think we're ready to record something that won't be too long of a video, but I just need to make sure I have a video up before Black Friday. Like I don't like that kind of pressure, but it is something I need to be cognizant of as a tech content creator. We are for the PC guy. You did check them out long ago, but you might need to do a check them out again. Well, the thing is, I had contact with them before. We were supposed to collaborate on stuff. A bunch of things happened. No content on my channel for a while. All that. So, Sarge Marine says, "Oh, I was gonna get your help, but ex-wife sent me this. Ning Mei gaming PC desktop. Raruchu, have a good night. 1760. Where is this from, Sarge? Because if it's from like Newegg or Amazon, you know I don't usually recommend that. Amazon. I've never heard of that manufacturer. I've never heard of that SI before. That means I can't say yay or nay. I don't know. Usually I recommend going directly to a system integrator like this, you know. Amazon, what Amazon is good for is if the PC's not great, if their return policy is pretty good. But I've never heard of Ning Mei. So I can't tell you that's who you would be getting tech support from. Unless you would like to be tech support for your ex-wife. I mean, that's up to you. I would go with a company that is a reputable SI that can provide tech support. Now, a 7800X3D and a 9070 XT for $1,760. That's a sweet deal. That's really good if that's all you're looking at. But like, I don't know what motherboard is in there. 850 watt gold power supply. We don't know what power supply that is. We have no idea. I can't vouch or not vouch for it. So I'm going to default to saying I don't really recommend it. Because I don't know what you say China Canadian build. I don't know what that means. The 9070 XT is only 5K clock B850. B580, rather. Okay, I know the words in that sentence, what they mean individually. But put together like that, I don't know what you mean. Parts China, built in Canada. Okay. So there is a Canadian company putting together the parts called Ningmei. I'm mouth breathing right now. That's yeah. She's already sent it to me. She sent it to you. Okay, I want to roll back here to where you said the 9070 XT. I'm covering it right now. The 9070 XT is only 5K clock B580. You understand that the silicon, the architecture of the silicon is completely different, right? Like, one is an Intel GPU, the other is an AMD Radeon GPU. One can use FSR4, the other cannot. Like that is not true. That the 9070 XT is the same thing as a B580 with the that has a higher base clock and boost clock. I mean, it's not. That's not what that is. Unless there is an AMD and Intel collab that I did not know about. That's not what that is. But okay, we're gonna. It's already late, but we're going to record this video here. I just feel bad not having like a high-end PC to show. Well, these are high-end. These are high-end, but like insanely high-end one. Because once you start looking at stuff like 5090s, those went way up in price. Motherboard B650M. Sorry. Okay. Okay, I was very confused, Sarge Marine. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a recommendation for that from me, I don't know the company. You're not going to get a recommendation for it from me. And, you know, that's... Also, if y'all are in the US, you shouldn't have any reason necessarily... Oh, I mean, I guess it's not necessarily true, because I know, like, you probably do pretty well going with, like, quoted tech, but then every time you would send it back for RMA, if you ever had to send it back for RMA, the shipping is going to be more expensive and complicated. So if you're in the US, you should probably buy from a US-based company in general. Anyways, I'm just going to delete these and call that a bit of a failure on my part. I hope it's a good start. Thanks, bro. Nope, no problem. Sure. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. I guess one downside to doing this at the end of the stream is like my voice is already kind of gone. Maybe I need to like sleep on it and record this later, but I really want to get this to Onware as soon as possible. So we're doing it. right, let's get that shut down there. All right. Make sure I got all of my... Yes, good, good. I'm actually going to leave that on for the LGN. Let's do that. Let me get centered here so I don't cringe when I'm editing it later. Man, PCB looking slick back there. All right. All right, guys. So I'm gonna go over the stuff I went over, and let's try to boil it down and keep this thing from being a 1 hour video. It's gonna be tough because I like to talk a lot, especially when it comes to PCs. But what can you do? You know, I want an Alexander. Well, I do have a collab PC with them for Black Friday, and it's pretty awesome. So, yep, I'm going to talk about that a little bit in this video. I've already spoken about it in 2 videos. So I need guys, if y'all notice me talking too much about the Brazion Air 2025, please say something. Please stop me because I need to not do that again. Okay. All right, let's do it. And we're recording. There you go. I don't think I want to do, well, we'll go and record on the audio interface as well. Let's do audio cues. This is just in case something catastrophic happens to the audio here, because I like the effects and compression I have going into the actual stream footage. The recording on my Rodecaster Duo is pre-processing. It's not, there's no post-processing involved. So anyways, what's up, Onware? Here we go. Okay. Your eldest son picked it out. What, for your ex-wife? Sorry, I'm recording a YouTube video. Sorry, Sarge, but yeah. And y'all can feel free to chat. I will take breaks to respond to things as I'm going, just so you know. But let's get started on this week's video. Let's go. Probably should have done this before I started recording, but sure. Okay. Oh, okay. On this episode of PC Gateway, Black Friday is upon us, and there are deals out there that are not exactly deals, that maybe they're not that great, but that's not what we're looking at here. We're going to try to track down a few. Okay. We're going to try to track down a few really solid deals that we can find. Okay. We're going to try to track down a short list of great This is how it goes, folks. This is magic of editing. That's why I seem like I always know what I'm talking about in the videos. Okay. We're going to try to track down a short list of really good Black Friday deals. Okay. We're going to try to make a short list of Black Friday deals at every price point we can find. Welcome to PC Gateway. I need this right here. Okay. Okay, I'm actually going to stop the recording, and we're going to do that from scratch because there's a lot of unnecessary stuff in that recording. Okay, let's try it again. All right, just in case we need it, audio cues. Okay. starting out here. Okay. On this episode of PC Gateway, once again, Black Friday is upon us. It's not exactly going to be like, okay, don't change it. Don't change it just because you think you should. Okay. All right. On this episode of PC Gateway, once again, Black Friday is upon us. Let's try to find a few Black Friday deals that, okay. Okay. All right. I did this way better last time. This is the kind of stuff I get insecure about when I'm like, I got to make YouTube videos again, and I'm just out of practice. But, yep, that's what editing is for, like I said. Okay. On this episode of PC Gateway, once again, Black Friday is upon us. Let's try to find a short list of Black Friday deals at every price point we can find. And that's when I'll be showing some B-roll, so I have a cut right there. Okay. Welcome to PC Gateway. Let's go, nerds! All right, that part done. Hello, everyone. I'm Braethorn. Welcome to PC Gateway. Now, again, Black Friday is here. It's not going to be like previous years, though, with RAM prices skyrocketing, SSD prices skyrocketing, and soon GPU prices and availability becoming a problem. Black Friday deals are not going to be as abundant or as drastic as they have been in previous years. But do not fret. We're going to find some deals out there that are going to be from reputable SIs that you can trust. And on many of these, we'll be able to see the parts that are in them instead of it being some kind of big mystery like you would find on Amazon or Newegg, etc. And speaking on that, we are not really going to be looking at Amazon or Newegg or any third-party retailers for that matter, including Best Buy. That's because I can't really vouch for any of those PCs. I don't know what's going to be in them necessarily, specifically. And though there are going to be a couple here where it's like, I don't know the specific motherboard. I don't know the specific. We at least know, based on community reporting, that PCs that have been purchased from, say, Skytech and brands like that have come in, been super reliable, and they've been provided with good customer service after the sale. With Amazon, it's like, who knows? With Newegg, we know they've literally conned their customers before when it comes to RMAs and such. Have they been on their best behavior since reporting from Gamers Nexus and all that happened? Sure, but we don't know how long that's going to last. So we're going to be looking directly at the companies building these PCs, not third-party retailers. Hope that makes sense. Before we get into it, let's talk about a few disclaimers that will be showing up here on the screen. First off, this video is being filmed for the last week of November 2025. Any pricing and availability that you see here is going to be specific to this week because of Black Friday. If you need more specific recommendations for you, that's actually part of a later thing. Disclaimer, my bad. Okay. Next one is you're going to be hearing opinions. I hope that's okay with you, and I don't mean to offend, but I do know a lot about PCs. Anyway, God, that was... I don't even need to add to these things. Why do I add to them? Okay. I don't care if I offend people with my opinions, by the way, as long as it's not actually hurting anyone. Opinions are totally fine, and people can disagree. That's okay. What am I even doing? You're rocking it. Love seeing the process. Oh, the process is terrible, though. What camera to use for this shot? Dodger Dog. I use a Sony FX3 cinema camera. It's overkill for streaming, but, not necessarily... YouTube. She got it from Newegg. Sorry again, I called my son. Okay, yeah, I don't really recommend Newegg for... You can get a couple parts from there and it'll probably be fine, just not motherboards, because they will potentially just bend your pins and say you did it. That has happened, apparently. Anyways. Okay. Next one is, of course, I'm a person talking, so you're going to hear opinions. Sorry in advance, I guess. And now, number 3 is this is not financial advice. I don't know enough about you as a PC buyer to specifically make a recommendation for you. This is just kind of generally looking at computers and giving my thoughts. If you want specific recommendations, come by the stream. I stream every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday on twitch.tv/Braethorn and, of course, right here on the YouTube channel at around 8 p.m. Central. Hope to see you there. And let's see. Now, the last one is, if you're here for pre-built advice, you're definitely going to be getting a pre-built. You are in the right place. because pre-builts are, after all, computers and a great way to get into PC gaming. And if you want to, PC DIY, maybe sometime down the line, if you're interested in that. However, if you're on the fence, whether you want to go with a pre-built or build it yourself, normally I would suggest considering going DIY, like strongly. Like if you're maybe leaning that way anyways, go for it, because you can usually save money. However, with RAM prices skyrocketing, with SSD prices skyrocketing, you'll find that in some situations, some system integrators are going to have lower prices than you can get building it yourself. Just like, well, the $2,000 recommendation in this list, and one that I've talked about in the last 2 videos. But we'll get to that, and I promise I will not harp on about it that much because we've already covered it in great detail. But anyways, let's get started and check out the list here. Now, obviously, this is a pretty short list because I wanted to keep this as concise as possible. Brevity is not my strong suit, as you know if you've watched any of my videos. But we're going to try it here. So the price points we're trying to hit here are under 1,000. This is obviously spoilers here. This is clearly spoilers. I know what I should totally do. Hold on. This is something that I've seen other YouTubers do. I don't like it necessarily, but I have seen them do this. Just to keep people watching. But of course, you can just click on later in the video if you want. Okay. Like I said, I don't like doing this, but yeah, there you go. Okay. Okay. Let me redo that transition then. That's not the one I wanted. That's not the one I wanted either. Okay. The hassle, not worth it. Sell it probably. I mean, if it was just ordered, you can probably cancel the order. The suspense is killing me. Oh, I know. I know. Okay. Anyway, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Now, as you can tell, this is a pretty short list. I kept it to just these budgets. Under 1,000, there's a specific $1,200 one I wanted to cover. 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, and 3,000. It's not going to be too many systems, okay? So just hang in there. So let's go ahead and get started with this. The under 1,000 is this is a pretty competitive, surprisingly competitive price point here. But we went with Skytech Gaming, and specifically, we went with the Shadow 4. Now, if we go in here, we'll actually see quite a few systems at this price point. And I know that this says over $1,000, by the way. But if you use code, there's a code that you can use, which is BF100, that takes off $100. And then you use my code, which is SWARM, SWARM, on We're Thinking Advance. We're popping that onto the screen there. That actually gets it to under $1,000. Then shipping is free. And all you got to worry about is taxes. So really, really good deals here. Now, this one, I liked it because it was a 5060 Ti, 16 gig. But you're looking at 16 gigs DDR5 6000, which is, if you're playing anything remotely demanding on system memory, you can run out of RAM pretty quickly, especially if you're playing something like Escape from Tarkov or modded games. 16 gigs is just not going to be enough. But, if you're gaming at 1080p, even then, no, 16 gigs is a little bit rough. It's a little bit rough. But the problem is RAM pricing right now. You're going to see a lot of systems at this price range coming with 16 gigs. That's just the facts. Except, I mean, look, let me just show you here. I mean, look at this one here, 5060 Ti, 16 gig, 1440F, 16 gigs of DDR5. This one here, RTX 5060, Ryzen R5 7600, 16 gigs DDR5 6000. This Archangel 4, 16 gigs DDR5 6000. But then we get to this one, the Shadow 4. Not only does this thing have an upgrade on the CPU from the other ones I was showing you, based on the fact that it's, first off, not a dead Intel platform with LGA 1700 and that 14th gen CPU. It is AM5 with the Ryzen 7 7700. It does have a 5060, not that 5060 Ti, but it has 32 gigs DDR5 6000. And the price difference between 16 gigs of DDR5 and 32 gigs I mean, that might be at this point bigger than the price difference between a 5060 and 5060 Ti. Don't quote me. I have no idea. But RAM is getting absolutely ridiculous, okay? But the thing is, you wouldn't upgrade 16 gigs of DDR5 with another kit of 16 gigs of DDR5 to get to 32. The best practice for RAM, if you're doing an upgrade, is actually to just buy a new kit, because you generally want to use 2 sticks of RAM, not 4 when it's DDR5, especially on AMD, because the RAM controller, memory controller, is not super great when it comes to stability with 4 sticks of RAM at anything other than the base speed that it comes with, not the speed that's advertised. I'm getting a little bit in the weeds here, but you also have 1 terabyte Gen 4 NVMe storage, a full-size B650 motherboard, 650 watt gold, 650 watt 80 plus gold power supply, a tower cooler in there, and yeah, that 7700 and 5060. You're getting 8-core, 16-thread CPU, and that 5060. 1080p gaming in this thing is going to be great. Plus, the CPU, very upgradable. GPU, upgradable as well, though at one point you're going to want to upgrade that power supply. I would say probably the, you could do just fine with one of these with 16 gigs if you plan on eventually, when RAM prices get under control, you plan on upgrading that. Or maybe if you have someone who who's selling a DDR, I don't know. Like if you find it, buy a used DDR5 kit. Because that 5060 Ti at this price point, very good. But my overall recommendation at under $1,000, and we'll see, I'll show you what the price is with my discount and everything, is going to be the Shadow 4 right here with that 32 gigs of RAM. I haven't found any other PCs under $1,000 with 32 gigs of DDR5. That, it's sad to say, but that's kind of a big deal now. Let's go ahead and go to the cart, see what this thing costs with both discounts applied. Okay, so we're going to enter code BF100, which is any system between $1,000 and I think $2,000, you can get $100 off. We are maximizing the value of that discount by going with this PC that's just over $1,000. That brings it down to $999, like you might expect. When we put in my code SWARM and apply that, $966.99 with free shipping. All you got to worry about is taxes, which once you put in your shipping address, it will go ahead and figure that out for you. Now, you might be thinking, hey, don't they have a $50 off coupon if you give them your email? That is only for systems that are $1,400 or more. So that's going to be my recommendation for under $1,000. Now, if you're looking at around $1,200, I got, actually, Jeff from Stints Built, he reached out to me with this, or Stints from Stints Built, I could also say, and told me this deal himself because he was really excited about it. This is the starter gaming PC bundle from Stints Built, coming in at $1,200. Now, this thing has an Intel Core Ultra 5 225F 10-core CPU, okay? And it comes with a 5060, okay? But wait, hold on. That's more money than the other one that had a 5060. Hold on. And also, this does have 16 gigs DDR5 6000. Hold on, not 6000. Oh, hold on. Okay. And this does have that 16 gigs you were warning about. And it's DDR5 5600 TL40. Hold on. All right. 1 terabyte Gen 4 drive. Okay. All right. A solid MATX motherboard in an MATX case. Okay. 650 watt power supply. Sure. Okay. But what's special about this is that you get an MSI 1080p IPS 24-inch 144 hertz gaming monitor with this, plus an MSI keyboard and a mouse. So you get kind of the whole starter kit for $1,200. That's what makes this one special. And honestly, you're actually getting pretty decent features with this motherboard as well. It's not it's got 5 gigabit LAN or Ethernet connection. Wi-Fi 7, you have, it's decent I/O with 7 total USB. 5 of them are the rectangular Type A, and 2 of them are Type C, and 1 Type A and 1 Type C front panel USB. So it's decent features on this, but really it's the package that makes a lot of sense here. It's kind of like in the same performance category as the Skytech PC we just looked at, but throw in gaming monitor, keyboard, and mouse as well. So this is a dynamite package here, and this is from a boutique builder. So like there's attention to detail put into the build, that service that you get from a boutique builder, that more personalized service, everything. This is a sweet deal. Plus, they're actively building these now. So while certain boutique builders I'm going to cover might take a couple weeks to get your PC to you, this thing could ship out the next business day. So absolutely an awesome deal from Stints Built there. That's what made it our $1,200 deal right there. Now, next, we're going to look at $1,500. This one, we're also going with another boutique builder. And I know, look, you could say that, you could say this all you want, okay? For those of you, especially a specific commenter in the last video, maybe we'll go over that later, I don't know, who don't really, don't value the concept of a boutique build. I get it. You can look at a high volume seller like we did for the first PC. Okay, I'm gonna move over here for this. You can look at a high volume seller like we did for the first PC and say, hey, for that same money, I could get a step up on the GPU or a step up on the CPU or various different things. Well, of course, that's the thing, is that a boutique builder, you're generally gonna be putting some of that money into the buying and ownership experience, perhaps a better warranty, more, you know, personalized customer service. And there are people who value that a lot because, yeah, you're going to be living with this thing for years. And when you if you have an issue, part of the reason that you buy a pre-built is not just, I mean, any company can build PCs. Again, unless you're Apex Gaming PCs, they can't seem to do it. But anyways, most companies that build PCs can build PCs. You're also buying that company's support. And boutique builders tend to put a little bit more personalized effort into that. There are some high volume sellers that have great support, like Skytech and iBuyPower, but I digress. See you, Sarge. I guess that was probably a while ago. Sorry about that. But what we're going to be looking at here is this system from Paradox Customs. Now, this system, the one thing that I always like about Paradox Customs is that, yeah, another fact about boutique builders is they're generally not going to put, you know, bargain bin parts in the parts that you're not hearing as much about, like the motherboard, the RAM, the storage, the power supply. So what we're seeing here is a well-rounded system with a 5060 Ti 16 gig, a 7600X, Ryzen 5 7600X, a B850 Gaming X motherboard from Gigabyte, 32 gigs of DDR5 6000, which is perfect for that 7000 series Ryzen processor. And this case is the Corsair Frame 4000D RGB with Be Quiet Lightwings LX fans in black, a 650 watt ATX 80 plus gold power supply. This thing comes in at $1,455, but I do have a discount code of Breathorn here. And yeah, what happens is you scroll down here, you're going to get a lot of details about each of the parts. What exactly is going into the system, what speeds you're going to get from the storage, all kinds of stuff like that. So this thing from Paradox is very, very good. They've gotten great reviews in our own community. So I wanted to recommend this one for that price point. So there you go. There is our around $1,500 system. Let me see what it comes out to actually with my discount code applied. Let's find out. Now, because my discount code with them is a percentage, it does vary based on the price of the system. Let's go ahead and drop that in there. And it's just my name here. It is code Breathorn. And we'll apply that coupon. And there we go. Took about 36, 37 off, bringing the price down to 14.18. So this is a solid upgrade in terms of GPU over the two systems previous that both had 5060s, 5060 Ti, 16 gig. That's very solid 1440p performance for you right there. Now, if you've watched some of the previous videos, you'll already know. Okay, if you watch the previous videos, you will already know what I'm going to be talking about here. This, of course, is going to be the Alexander PC's Legionnaire. If you want to know a lot more about that system, I'm actually going to have to duck here because I'm going to put the link right there. Go ahead and click that and you stop moving with me. It's moving the camera with it. So it's just going to smack me in the head there. That's great. of course, this is the Legionnaire. This thing is meant to be pretty much the best PC all around PC that you can get for around $2,000 this Black Friday, and then some, which we'll talk about in a second. Now, I actually just came back from Chicago because I flew up there to build this thing with TJ in the studio. We actually built the first two that were sold. We built these live on stream. And yeah, I actually was there just building it out, doing all that. And I mean, they came out amazing. And little fun fact for you guys. But the first two people to buy the Legionnaires were twins. And we built both of their systems live on stream. Now, you might be noticing something special here. And I'm going to go ahead and ask Anwar to zoom in on this right here. But yeah, that is a custom fan grill 3D printed by Ameridan, who actually was there during the stream, who came up and visited for the stream and provided us with 12 of these. At current, there are 9 left, and at no cost, at no extra charge to you, 9 more people who buy the system will be able to request that this be added because it looks super cool on there with the RGB fan behind it. So that is just free for you. It's definitely not restrictive for airflow because it's just an outline of our buddy RGB here. So yeah, if you're going to be getting one of those, there are 9 left as of this recording. So those are going to go fast. But yeah, if you want that, just request it. But yeah, so the whole deal with this system, just a really brief thing, is that you're getting a system that can kind of work for any need that you have. If you're trying to just game, you can absolutely do that. If you want to be able to upgrade your CPU, you can absolutely go with the AMD, the AM5 platform. You get a motherboard with tons of I/O, lots of features. I went over every single component, again, in great detail in the last video. What I didn't cover very much was the 3 GPU options that you have. So we're going to really quickly talk about that right now. You can it starts with an RTX 5070, which will give you amazing 1440p frame rates in many different games. You also have 9th gen NVENC on there for encoding. So it's awesome for streaming as well and content creation. And yeah, but if you want to bump up to even higher frame rates in 1440p and some 4K gaming, you can go with the AMD Radeon 9070 XT. And this is going to add $100 to the price. Actually, no, it's going to add $80 to the price. So that's really not bad at all. And yeah, this thing actually, in some games, can beat the 5070 Ti at 1440p. Now, if you're wanting to get 4K gameplay in, you want to go with the 5070 Ti, which just raises it up by about 150 bucks. Wait, is that right? No, about 200 bucks. Wait, did I change something here? What's going on? Oh, yeah. Now, about 100. Okay. Now, this raises the price up by about 150 bucks. Now, if you're noticing that this, by the way, the base price is not $2,000, it's $2,048, my discount code of Brayathorn, just my name, brings it down by 50 bucks to make this system $1998 before any upgrades or part changes, okay? And you can choose between the Intel Core Ultra 7 265K and the 9700X without changing that price. We did add in the option to go with a 9800X 3D for the sweatiest of gamers, and that will raise the price by 200 bucks, okay? That's an option, especially if you're going to be doing competitive gaming at 1080p. You can actually utilize this. Or if you play games that are still CPU heavy, even at higher resolutions, like Call of Duty and Rust and some real-time strategy games, Microsoft Flight Simulator, stuff like that. Okay, but at this base price here, with either 9700X or the 265K, you can go all the way up to a 5070 Ti, and it's still under 2300, and that is 4K gaming right there. I have been gaming on this 5070 Ti, 4K games, all kinds of stuff, high frame rates, everything. DLSS 4, everything. It works amazingly for 4K gaming. Unless you want to go in and just do native rendering, 4K Cyberpunk, you can want like 5080, 5090 for that. But 5070 Ti is still an absolute champ. I'm going to say that again because I actually got a plosive there and I don't like that. The 5070 Ti is still an absolute champ. You can even upgrade to 64 gigs of RAM rather than 32. And that's if you go with this 265K and you want to do some video editing on any of these GPUs. I would recommend probably an NVIDIA GPU if you're going with video editing. But yeah, that adds $200 because the price of RAM is crazy right now. We did minimize that as much as possible by TJ buying up a bunch of RAM before this deal, for this deal. And actually, this deal is now cheaper than building it DIY. You want more details on that? Check the video from last week. But yeah, it's cheaper than the PC part picker list is now because RAM prices are surging. So the same thing with storage. Anyways, if you're wanting to game in 4K, or if you want that 16 gigs of VRAM and NVIDIA features, you want to go with the 5070 Ti. Now, I would say right here that this might be a bit of a cop-out, but give me a chance here on this. 9800 X3D, 5070 Ti, with the 32 gigs of RAM, this is also our $2,500 system. And I'll tell you why. I looked at other options for this price point. Okay, I did. Let's take a look at one here. King 95. Okay, this thing is $2,599. Okay, $2,599. Let's take a look at these specs. I'm zooming right back in. 9800 X3D, 5070 Ti, 32 gigs DDR5 6000. This is all sounding really familiar, right? 2 terabyte NVMe Gen 4. We don't know which one that is. I talked about it in the video. This comes with a 2 terabyte Kingston KC3000, which is a high-end 2 terabyte NVMe drive Gen 4. We don't actually know whether this is an NV3, which is more mid-tier. We don't know. This also has a really expensive cooler with a very cool screen on it. I do want to note that. The Panorama 360 from Trikes is really cool, but is kind of an unnecessary expense here when you're trying to be really competitive price-wise. And this has also an 850-watt gold ATX 3.0 power supply. Again, we don't know which one. On this one, you do know which power supply it is. And it is the MSI MAG A850GL, a highly rated power supply. It's very nice. Fully modular ATX 3.1. We don't actually know if this one is fully modular. It does not say that. And it says ATX 3.0, not ATX 3.1. So it's an upgrade there too. And ours costs less than this. Now, I believe you can get $150 off of this with code BF150 and then my discount. So that's going to bring this thing to actually, after my discount on Alexander PCs, about the same price. So to be fair, if you like the look of this one more, sure, go for it. But you don't know what motherboard's going in there. I guarantee you, this B650 motherboard is not going to come close to the X670E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi from MSI that I obsessed over for this system if you're going AMD, okay? I promise you the motherboard in this one is going to be way better than that B650. But, or was it B850? Which one was it? B650, yeah. That's where they saved some money right there. We put an insane motherboard in this one here. So I would say this is overall a way better PC, in my opinion. If you don't agree, that's okay. But that's like really competitive with a high volume seller. All right, I kid you not. But what we're gonna do, I'm actually gonna go ahead and add this one in as an additional option. And yeah, you're gonna have access to this. You will have access to this, and it's gonna look better too. I'm gonna have the discount code you should use, maybe a few more specs in there. Once the video goes live, this will be linked in the description. Let me go ahead and add that in there. Okay. Let me just... throw my tag on there. And... okay. So there you go. It's been added in there too as another option. Okay. Because I've already got a lock on the $2,000 price point, so that's fair. But let's see what this thing comes out to with all discounts included. I just, if you don't care about your motherboard, if you don't care about your power supply, if you don't care whether you have a high-end NVMe drive, you really just like the way this looks a lot more, then I'm not going to argue with you. By the way, this shows an MATX motherboard in here, but as it states down here, it might not match. The picture might not match what you're actually getting. Yeah, this one has a full-size B650, so it won't, at least won't have that. But if we go ahead and add this to cart, remove this one, and apply both discounts. Okay. I think the price changed. Like it changed right now. You ever feel like you're being watched? Okay. I guess they decided to get competitive live while I'm recording this video. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. They dropped it by $100. Well, Natty, this price went down. That is actually underhanded. That is actually underhanded. What? Why? Come on, guys. Okay. I mean, that's good for your customers. I'm not going to be mad about that. But okay. Okay, so funny thing happened. As I was doing this, like as I added it to the cart, the price changed. And it's not because we hit midnight. Because first off, like if they had the price set to change at midnight, it's not midnight here or in Southern California. So it's 12:51 here. So this would have been about an hour ago. And no. So why would they change it based on Central Time Zone anyway? So yeah, funny thing happened on the way to the cart. I guess let's see what this comes out to with discounts. The big bad high volume SI just wants to dunk on the struggling boutique builders right now, I guess. BF 150 and my code SWARM. Yeah. I'm a little annoyed right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little annoyed with that right now. That seems targeted. That should be $100 more. That should be $234.79, making this one with its better features, with its better parts in it, come out to only like, wait, how much did I say this was? That should be $23.75. And this, with this my discount, this would be $24.48. So a $75 discount, a $75 difference, like $75 more for lifetime warranty, for a better motherboard, better power supply, likely better storage. And instead, like it was supposed to be just that much more. Instead, it's $175 more. So, okay, cool. I just realized something, guys. I don't think I can do this show live anymore. Because when you're that much bigger of a company, you can literally just do stuff like that to undercut small businesses. So later. No, I can't do that. I can't. It's good for consumers. It's good for buyers. And it'll seem like I'm cherry picking stuff this is my collab PC. I guess just like small businesses have to, we just gotta just take our licks, keep walking, I guess. But that's really, really annoying that they can just do that. And well, hey, like I said, guys, pricing and availability can change, and it can happen while I'm recording the video. But all right, it's cool. I mean, y'all don't have to lurk though. You can chat. You can say stuff in chat. You were already on the list, guys, with another system. Let's talk about $3,000 system. It is from iBuyPower, and this is not a ready system. This is obviously a high budget system at $3,000, right? But what we did was, because I didn't like any of the deals that were just there already, I decided to kind of make my own. And thanks to iBuyPower having a code with me, which is BRAE5, BRAE5, you can get 5% off on a custom system. And in their builder, you will find little things like this. These orange little stickers here saying this much off, that much off. And then you'll find red text saying that, it has special things attached to it, or you get certain upgrades for free. So that's kind of what we did. And I just wanted to sort of max out a PC, not 5090 kind of max out, but I wanted to max out a PC in this case right here, which is the Taro Height X50 RGB gaming case. Okay. Let's take a better look at this case because it is just a thing of beauty. Now, that's my opinion, of course. Some people are going to be like, oh, it looks like a Bluetooth speaker, TJ. TJ from Alexander PCs does not like this thing. From the front. He said from the side, it's nice. But I love it. I think this is a gorgeous case. And it's purple, obviously. I'm very, very, I am very biased towards purple cases. I mean, obviously. I mean, it can happen, but at the same time, it's like very underhanded. And personally, I would much rather support a small business over giving more money to a big one. The thing is, Skytech takes care of their customers. Like our community members who have bought from them are happy with them. And I'd rather Skytech get business than like Dell Alienware, like literal soulless corporations, right? But Dell is not going to be like live changing prices and stuff. I don't know if I can do this live recording thing, but we'll see. I just like, and I can't prove that they changed it because I was about to be like, I recommend a small business over this deal here. I don't know, but man, that's a big coincidence. Red, what's going on? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Anyway. But yeah, I wanted to basically build something like this for around $3,000 and then apply my 5% discount to it. So let's see what we got here. Where was I? I was there. Okay. So this is the brand new case from Height. It is absolutely gorgeous. And what we did was we did white components on the inside. And then we went with the 9800X 3D, which is $50 off right now. So I kept looking for things like this. $50 off for that. For the cooler, we went with the Cooler Master Elite, which is just $8 more than the iBuyPower AW4. But the Cooler Master Elite has RGB fans. It's a brand name. It's really nice. I like it. I do like the AW4, to be clear. But yeah, so that's a nice cooler right there. There are some coolers with discounts, but they're still like $80 extra. Like if you want the Thermaltake TH360, which is nice. I'm going with white components in this, but this is going to be linked in that form, and you can just choose any one of these that you want, honestly. Any cooler you want, as long as it's a 360, that's what I'm going to recommend for that 9800X 3D. Then you have the certified major brand gaming memory. RAM is very expensive right now. Like, you want brand name RAM, it is going to cost you. We went 32 gigs DDR5 6000, and we did not touch it. We did not change it. We're leaving it at that. Okay. For the GPU, though, we actually went with a white GPU, which is compared to just getting a basic 5080 is $127 more. But that's to match. This is a very aesthetically pleasing PC. It's going to look amazing, and that's a little extra cost that you pay for that. But yeah, it is also a factory overclocked card in white and silver. Absolutely gorgeous. What we went with for the motherboard was this Asus X870 Max Gaming in white with Wi-Fi 7, decent I/O on it for sure. You actually have 8 USB Type A's, dual USB 4 on this as well. 2.5 gig Ethernet, but Wi-Fi 7. And it's just a really good looking motherboard to match this white and purple build. And then for the power supply, because we went with a 4080. Now for the power supply, because we went with a 5080, we went with a 1000 watt Seasonic Focus V4 GX 1000 PCIe Gen 5 ATX 3.0, fully modular. Should come with white cables in there as well. And it doesn't show the cables though. So if you want though, you can add cable extensions in white just to dress it up a bit, or in a couple of other colors as well. Now, the storage that this thing came with before was like the Crucial P3 Plus Gen 4 drive, and it was like only $10 more, because I saw this right here. Free upgrade to 2 terabyte Samsung 990 Pro if you go with the 1 terabyte one. And that's only $10 more than this 2 terabyte one. So I was like, hey, that is actually a major upgrade for the M.2 drive, because I believe the P3 Plus does not have onboard DRAM cache. Plus, it has read speeds of up to 5,000 megabyte per second, write speeds of up to 4,200 megabyte per second, versus sequential read speeds of up to 7,450 megabytes per second, and sequential write speeds of up to 6,900 megabyte per second, which is nice. And for $10 more, so we went with that. And you can add more storage if you want to with the click of a button right here. They even have Gen 5 drives. And I didn't really find an insanely good deal on a 2 terabyte Gen 5 drive, so I didn't really upgrade to that. Wait. This is incorrect. 990 Evo Plus is not Gen 5. That's Gen 4. What are they doing? No, the 9100 is the Gen 5 drive from Samsung. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know why they keep saying this Evo Plus is Gen 4. What are they talking about? Am I wrong? I could be sure. I could be wrong. I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, if you scroll down here, you might find that you can add in cable extensions in either black or, let me see, or white or blue or red. So that's something you can do to dress it up if you want. But I went with white power supply because it should have white cables with it. Now, they're going to ship this GPU uninstalled. Yeah, I don't think you need to click on this. But that is an option that they have to make the shipping a little bit safer, and I do recommend that. Because installing a GPU is very easy. You just need a screwdriver. They provide instructions. It is all good. And that's it. There you have it. And if you just add this to cart, it'll give you a reminder about the GPU. I posted a link. I have the link for this in the form. And let's see what this thing comes out to with my discount of BRAE5, BRAE5. Let's take a look. And it brings it down to, like, there's a $100 discount there. We can try stacking them. We'll give that a shot. But my discount is better because it brings it down by $149.75 down to $28.45.25. Okay, plus you should be getting free shipping with this. And what if we apply this one too? It does not stack. So you're going to want to use BRAE5 instead. Let's remove that because my discount is better. So yeah, my discount code is actually superior to their Black Friday code. There you have it. So yeah, BRAE5, there you go. And that's 5% off any custom systems over $999. So it's not just for this PC. Any system you customize that is over $1,000, you can use code BRAVE5 and get 5% off. It's not a thing about like a holiday or whatever. The thing is, iBuyPower does change that code at times. So if you're wondering, if it's not working and you're like, why isn't it working? Go to the Discord, go to the coupon codes channel on the Discord, and you'll be able to see if there's any change to that code. I update it there. Okay. Okay. Cool. 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 That's all of them. That's all the system. We tried to keep it kind of shorter, and there was a little bit of drama there with a price change because I'm recording this live, and I don't know. I actually need to redo some of that because I was looking at the wrong camera. Okay. And there you go. That's it. I told you I was going to try to keep this one somewhat short. There was a little bit of drama there, I guess. I feel like maybe a price might have been changed because I'm recording this live on Twitch and YouTube, and maybe a certain company was like, we can't be undercut by a small business. No, we're the big guys. And I don't think that, I don't see them doing that. I don't know, man. I don't think so. But here's the thing, guys. You're going to go out there, all right, and you're going to see deals that look like they blow these out of the water, okay? On most of the systems we looked at, I can point out what each of the parts are. And I know that it's what company built it and that I can get service from that company. And each of the companies I mentioned has had a good record of service within our community. If you think that you can say the same thing about a brand that you've never heard of on Amazon or Newegg, I hope you're right. Just remember, because I get a lot of people who come in here who say, hey, I just bought this. Did I make a mistake? And then the answer oftentimes is you might have, yeah. Do research before you buy anything. And the number one enemy to that is when you see a timer or something saying only 3 units left. Oh no, you're going to miss out. Feel the FOMO. Yeah, that's how that stuff works. So instead, what we focus on here is just a coupon here, a coupon there, and otherwise just a really good deal. Or like what I did with Alexander PCs, where I was just like, I want something I know I can recommend that'll work for pretty much anybody. That's going to be not a doorbuster, but a solid deal that's somehow better than buying the parts and building it yourself. And you get a lifetime warranty, shipping included, even color cables extensions in the color of your choice from the list. It's crazy. You can even add the glowy streamer cables if you want. Somebody did do that, actually. I'll show you here. But yeah, if you look at this one here, we didn't have the one for the GPU just yet. They're going to get that. But yeah, they wanted streamer cables, so it was part of the deal. Hold on. This was when the whole thing was on here. There we go. Right, that you can turn the brightness down on that. I know that looks insane, okay? But there's going to be one also for the GPU there. That's an option. You can add it on. It's a boutique builder. Just tell them, ask them if you want something. Then they'll say if they can do it. That's boutique for you, okay? That is not just CPU, GPU, lowest price possible. And apparently there's no other parts in a computer, so who cares? Whatever deal you're trying to get, you're going to be stuck with this thing for years. So try to get something solid. Get something good. And if that is not your Jimmy Jam, that's fine. But like for some people, the value is there. Okay? And value is subjective. Don't be in my comments being like, don't buy this garbage because you could don't go to this Michelin star restaurant to get a gourmet burger. You could go to McDonald's and get something that looks like a burger for a lot less money. Of course you can. But some people value the gourmet Michelin star burger, and that's up to them. Just remember that. There's a reason Mercedes-Benz is still a company that sells cars, even though Ford exists. Okay? Value is subjective. Just because you don't value something, that doesn't mean it lacks value to others. Remember that. People are not foolish for having opinions different than yours, okay? And that's the message of the day today, and or whatever day you're watching this video, because that's how that works. All right. That's going to be it for this video, guys. I hope you all have a wonderful and safe holiday. And until the next video next week or the next stream you might catch me on, take care. All right. There we go. It's not an hour and a half. There you go. I'm done, onion rings, baby. That's it. It's like better for the consumer, but big companies will just go, actually, what if we drive small businesses out of the market by just eating the cost that they can't, just eventually leads to less choices for the consumer, which makes it a net negative IMO. Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing, is that this week, prices are shifting so much. It is so hard to make content as a content creator that it could have just been scheduled to change sometime in the evening. But what are the odds that I know SkyTech follows me? They've been in chat plenty of times. And maybe they think it would, maybe they think it's funny. You know, I don't know. I know Jeff. Jeff is kind of like that. I don't know. It sort of affected me more negatively than I would have liked. Because, like, y'all don't know what a struggle it is right now for small businesses in this space. And it's not looking like it's going to get any better. We've already seen three small businesses close in 2025, 3 system integrators close. And 2026 is going to be worse. And these bigger companies are going to be fine. The thing is also, people have it rough, like buyers have it rough right now. And if there's a great deal, I have to try to remain unbiased in a way and show them that deal. I'm conflicted, is what I'm saying. I'm conflicted. At Braythorn, got a SkyTech King 95 last Black Friday based off your stream. So much helpful info. But unfortunately, this thing has been nothing but a pain in my behind the entire time. Seat Street. I hope that you have reached out to SkyTech to get support. By and large, reporting from the community is that their experiences with SkyTech's customer service has been great. So, like, that is the overarching majority. Like the vast majority of people have reported good experiences with SkyTech. You got to give them the chance to help you out if you haven't already. I'm using one of those right now. I've been streaming on it for like a year now. The King 95 system. So if you're talking about that one, I've been using it for that long, almost that long. Honestly, for it being a sub $200 difference, I'm more than happy with my purchase and going with Alexander instead of a bigger SI. Yeah. Well, the thing is, that $200 difference is also in the parts too. Like, it is there. There is a big difference in the motherboard we chose, the storage we chose, the power supply we chose, everything. You're getting that. Like, oh, this thing has more expensive parts and it's more expensive by a little bit. Of course it is. That's how that goes. Now, if you're looking at it like, oh man, that's a white build and I wanted a white build, just ask TJ to do it. See if he'll do it. Someone was asking that earlier, and that's okay. But man, that just caught me off guard, man. Like that could not have happened at a worse time. After I'm just there talking to these passionate people at this small business who are doing their best to do awesome. They just want to make cool stuff and take care of the people who have supported them through this and help them become the business that they are. I love gourmet burgers and Mercedes-Benz, and usually I get PC parts from locally from PC Store, even if its price is a little higher, but customer service has always been great. I might have to ask, to be honest, because I love me a good white build, though we'll be happy with whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like, it is supposed to be a specific edition, a specific style, a specific limited edition thing. Like, that's what TJ, if you ask for white build, he's going to want to buy white fans. He's going to want to get this white and that in white. He is too OCD to put all black parts in a white build, in a white case. At Braythorn, they've been really helpful at times and unhelpful at others. Got a faulty GPU that needs to be replaced, but I also use my PC for work, so I can't ship mine out and wait for a replacement. That's not really SkyTech's fault. Like, they're not putting you in that situation. If you have a problem and you have to RMA your system, You need to be able to do that. Like, they can't fly somebody out there to fix it. I literally can only use this for work and surfing the web. Again, no fault of your own or release Skytech. Thank you. Okay, I thought you were going to blame Skytech for that. I should have read the rest before I said anything. You saw exactly the same way I did. Yeah, okay. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Because like they here what happened with the oh, here I can turn this back up now. Like what happened with Gamers Nexus with the second Skytech PC? Like they were like immediately send it back. Y'all just got it. You just bought that. We'll pay for you to ship it back because that shouldn't be happening. Right, that shouldn't have happened in the build, and we'll fix it for you. And Gamers Nexus was like, no, don't buy it from Skytech. Blah. Like Skytech wants to fix it. Yeah. Yeah, that is rough. What you might be able to do, okay, is you might be able to do something like just getting a very cheap GPU, like a GT 1030, okay? A display adapter. And perhaps like if it takes only a couple of weeks to get your, like just send in the GPU, right? And then when you get it back, return that GPU to Amazon or wherever you got it. Like it's sketchy, but what are you going to do? If you just need it to display while you're working, then yeah, that might work for you. No, to be honest, Skytech would want to provide the best customer support if they could, if they're going to have their products reviewed by someone as big as Gamers Nexus. So I wouldn't take their response there as average person gets. They did it anonymously. No, Skytech did not know who they were at the time. That purchase was anonymous. Skytech is just like that. Like if you go, Natty, if you go to the Discord and go to the SI testimonials group of channels, Skytech gets great reviews from people who are just regular buyers. Yeah. They're not trying to go the route of Cyberpower, get big, and then don't care about customer service anymore. Like, they're not doing that. If it's within 30 days, Skytech will pay the shipping to bring the PC back and take care of you. My problem was that Gamers Nexus ignored that fact. Like, come on. Hold on 1 second. Boy, that sure is a cool looking PC. I'd love one of those. Fun fact, I am not getting one of those, and I didn't ask for one. Because that would have been at the cost of Alexander PCs. Like with Skytech on the last Black Friday deal. I'm looking at one of the Black Friday collab PCs I did with them right now. It's right there because I got to keep it. I built it, but they sent me all the parts at no cost to me. And they sent the $1,200 one too, or the $1,300 one too, and we gave that one away. I gave that one away. I could have kept it actually if I wanted to, but I gave that one away. But that's Skytech. They sell like 5-digit number of PCs per month. Over 10,000, sometimes 20,000 PCs a month. Dead Scum, what's up? Does the motherboard have an onboard GPU? It would be the CPU that has a integrated GPU. And yes, it does, actually. That's a really good point, Dead Scum. You brought up a really good point. But it's not the motherboard that has it. It's the CPU. Because if you look at, like, I don't know, a 14900KF from Intel, that F means no iGPU. It cannot display anything. You need a dedicated graphics card. But you could have Skytech support you through turning on the integrated graphics. You plug your monitor into the motherboard then, something you normally wouldn't do, and you should be able to run, if you're just working, you should be able to run that off of the iGPU. That is a very good point, Dead Scum. Thank you. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Like buying a GT 1030 just to return it, like if you could even find one, which unfortunately, yeah, sometimes you still can. They call that thing a graphics card. It's a display adapter, really. That's what all it should be considered at this point. But yeah, just use the integrated graphics. That's true. 9800X3D does have integrated graphics. but it's probably turned off in the BIOS. It usually is by default. So a quick YouTube tutorial on how to do that, and you can be sending back that GPU in no time. There you go. Dead Scum for the win. Nicely done. Again, I don't know why I didn't think of that. I'm too wrapped up in this boutique versus high volume seller thing. Braithen, so you're now, do you know if they would honor a return or repair? Not your job to have this answer. If they decline it, I'll talk to Jeff for you. I'll see if he can approve it. It's just barely hitting a year right now. They should honor it. They've gone out of their way to do stuff like that before. So email them in the morning. Okay? See if you can ship them the GPU. It's going to be like, they probably won't cover the shipping at this point to them, but the shipping on a GPU is so much cheaper than shipping a whole computer. Okay. Is Skytech only in the USA? I think they do some international shipping. Nothing crazy. I mean, nothing overseas. They don't do that, as far as I know. New set of eyes or ears always helps. Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, that's a really. It's funny because whenever I see FSKUs on Intel systems from system integrators, I always think that I'm like, it would be so much easier to support your customers with dead or problematic GPUs remotely if you can test it by removing the GPU and still have video. But they keep using these FSKUs to save $30 per system. Again, they've been nothing but friendly. I'm so happy to hear that, Seat Street, because like I'm up here, I talk up Skytech because of that. And when you said it's been nothing but problems, I was like, oh no, oh no, oh no. Like I take the responsibility of what I do very seriously. I don't just recommend stuff, especially if I have a code or something with them, and then just take any anything I get from that and walk away. That is the whole, I look through the testimonials. I make sure. This is why there's no longer a code for Zydax under the coupon code section. I was like, what are y'all doing? This person is saying they might have to take legal action on you. What the hell? And then it's just been a few people who have had awful experiences with Zydax. So I was like, that's it. All right. Till y'all fix that up. And it's going to take a while to regain that trust with our community and with me. Anyone can tell you're passionate and true about what you support or promote. You don't have to worry about that. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It is hard whenever I look at a comment in a YouTube thing where it's like, because there's literally on the video that I poured out my enthusiasm for the collab PC with Alexander PCs in this nearly 1 hour video talking about every component except really the GPUs, and I don't know why, which I cover that in this one. But briefly, okay, it's not all about my PC, but whatever. And yet still someone went in the comments was like, well, you could get a thing with this CPU and GPU from Micro Center for $1,600. And like, it's the everything but that CPU and GPU. It's the most basic stuff. Like, oh, more expensive parts are more expensive. What? Yeah. And Micro Center does not have a lifetime warranty that Alexander PCs bends over backwards to legitimize. The Quiet Gamer 16, Cyberpower is Cyberpower. No, don't go Cyberpower. No, I have a whole video on why Cyberpower sucks now. They used to be decent, but they stopped caring about customer service and caring about improving it. Like, look, if you watch the most recent Secret Shopper series from Linus Tech Tips, in the part where they're calling to ask for help and recommendations, the Cyberpower PC rep literally says, why are you calling? Why are you calling? Like, because I want some help. He's like, get with the website. Go to the website, make your and buy. Give us money. Why are you calling? I was like, that is so Cyberpower. Holy crap. That's crazy. That's crazy that they make so much money. They take money, they get so many buyers. It's crazy. And that's the stuff that they'll tell their customers. What do you want? What do you want? You have a computer. Shut up. I will say I got a PC from them before, but that was like 4 years ago. Are you talking about CyberPower? 4 years ago, CyberPower had decent customer service. I think that their customer service department never recovered from the labor shortages during the pandemic, but I'm just guessing. I don't know. It's been bad for a couple years now, and they ain't doing nothing about it. That reminds me that there are 3 big companies here in Brazil that make stuff like pre-builts and all that stuff. Pichau, Kaboom, and Terabyte. I bought my pre-built from Pichau, and it gave me so many problems, which I then took to some very reputable tech guys I know of, and they said, we literally could not recommend Pichau less. The majority of computers that people bring us come from Pichau. And since then, I've hated getting their ads. I'm so sorry. Well, if you know those tech people, you could always ask them for recommendations, or if they build PCs, see if they'll build you one. Is it going to cost you more? Yeah, it'll cost you a little more. But this is what I say. You're gonna, well, for one thing, you're in Brazil. It's hard to buy a PC there. It's hard to buy PC parts there that are at a reasonable price. But people who are immersed in this stuff will know. Go to them, get the recommendation, and throw a little money their way as well, because they should get paid for their time, right? But that means a little bit, it's going to cost you a little bit more, but you're going to have this thing for years. You clearly get your money's worth out of stuff you get. So, OMG, I know it's Pichau, but I will always read it as Pikachu. Well, I was thinking Pichu, because that's also a Pokemon. Any website for pre-build in the UK then? Oh, CyberPower UK is a little better, to be honest, but there are more. Yeah. The thing is, Quiet Gamer, I'm going to ask you to return on Tuesday, because I am literally an hour and a half over the time I usually end stream. And I have to upload this footage to my editor. But yeah, Quiet Gamer, here's what I want you to do, okay? Okay, I got you, and I'm going to help you, but I need you to do this. I would have to wait for you to fill this out anyway. Fill out this form. It's going to get you on the list to get free one-on-one help from me. We'll have a session during the next stream on Tuesday, starting at around 8 p.m. Central. So come earlier if you can, okay? And I'm going to help you out. I usually would not even be streaming at this point if I hadn't been recording a YouTube video live on stream. Oh yeah, I paid them a considerable amount of money for the work they did on my computer, but I'm like, y'all are good at what you do, and y'all need to pay bills. I'm completely fine paying you this amount. That's good of you. That's good of you. All right. 1 second, guys. Don't take off. Because if you enjoyed my content, and if you enjoyed hanging out, if you like what I do, and if you appreciate what I do, one of my favorite things to do is to raid other streamers that are my friends, that maybe it's going to be your next favorite streamer. I don't know. But stick around for that. If you do need to go, give me 90 more seconds. Give me 90 more seconds. If you need to leave, that's totally fine. Just go along with me for this. It makes number bigger and makes that streamer happier for just a bit. MarkVin56 says, is cereal a soup? Yes. It is a cold dessert soup, unless you get healthy cereal, in which it is a cold, healthy soup. You have Starfield, what's up? Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. I hope Twitch fixes their lurker issue, because apparently a lot of lurks aren't being counted, because if you have too many tabs open, or if you're I don't know, there's certain things that if you do it, if you never say anything or something like that, your view doesn't get counted. But it doesn't matter. I appreciate my lurkers nonetheless. It does not matter to me. And they'll fix it eventually, because there's going to be enough pressure from people. Okay, who's up? All right. I'm going to look in the science and tech channels first, just to see who is streaming. Let's see. Okay. There is Science is streaming, but I did raid them recently. So what we're going to do is, let's raid Science. Let's do that.
All right, we're going to raid Science. They're playing Jurassic World. And they are a geneticist, so that's really funny. Okay, this is this is a friend of mine. I got to hang out with him at TwitchCon. It was great. So come along with me. Let's go say hi to Science. I said 90 seconds. I'm sorry. Thank you, Astral. Nikki, Jakey, I appreciate you. Thank you. And I will catch y'all on Tuesday around 8 p.m. Central. We're going to be doing our PC matchmaking, and I'll catch y'all then. Until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!